Right, we're live. Are you all back here? You all back here? Oh, what have I done? Hello? Hello? You all in there? We are back. That's it. Nice one, Kim. I'm back. I think it worked. It just... Oi. I didn't know what to do there because there was a break, wasn't it? But he's left me on my own devices. That's what it is. So, fuck knows. But yeah, thanks. We're all back in there and he's back. Yeah, I don't know what happened now. But that's what happens when you ask me to be on my own. I think it fucked up. I forgot what I was saying there. So yeah, still, you got to send. I ain't got to send him. Kim, Nick's going to do that. Oh, nice one, Nick. Yeah, hit the like button, people. That'd be lovely. And hopefully people will find us because I've just lost 100 viewers. No, he ain't. Because if he was waiting, I'd see him down below in the section. But Nick said he was going to send him the code. So, Stel should be able to get on. It's only fucking 8 minutes gone, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? If not, then you're just going to have to listen to me fucking waffle on. But I hope not. Because if you still can't get on because of me, I don't want that to be the case. But no, Kim, Nick did say he was going to send Stel a message and send him the code. Yeah, I think it has to come from him anyway. To be honest with you. Stel said he was waiting for the code. Right. Well, are you talking to him, Maltese Emma? Because if he's waiting for the code gets sent to him. So, no, Nick's not getting his head there. Nick's on the way to football. But what would happen was, this Nick has stitched me up. No, what would happen was that he'll send the link to Stel, and then Stel would get it would email him the code. Oh, there's Stel. Here he goes. Let's add him. Stel, you're on mute, mate. No worries. Here he is. He's just sorting it out, but I'm glad Stel's here. Stel, oi. Yeah, just give him a minute. He's going to sort out his bits and bobs. He is here, as you can see. Really good to see Stel. Oh, not good to see me now, Maltese. What liberty. That is good to see him here. He's sorting it out. It was seamless though, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean? Do you like how I teased you? Oh, where's Stel? Bosh, he's here. Done. Did it just. Hello, Darren. How's it going, mate? You found this? Yeah, I don't know what such a tease. I wish that was how it was. That was just a muck up on my part.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you still.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the camera. Maybe it's because I'm using someone else's StreamYard, but I'm here.
No, it's good to have you here, mate. I didn't know what was happening because I was meant to end the stream and start one, but the time just flew past and I forgot to do it. So I didn't know if he was waiting for me or something.
I was waiting for the link, but I think you set this one up for 9 p.m.
Yeah, that was him. That's him. That was him. And he set everything up like Nick, right. And it was him who told me last minute, right, what you got to do when it comes to 6 hours, move over to the other one. And I was all like, I can't believe he's left me alone with that. I'm useless with stuff like this still.
No worries. Well, I'm sorry my camera ain't working. I might have to come out and come back in again to see if I can get it working. You all right with that?
Yeah, of course it is, mate. You do what you got to do.
All right, all right.
Take your own time.
Give me a minute. I'll see if I can come back in.
Go on, mate. Yeah, Leslie, I'm useless with stuff like that. You did well, Mick. It's so patronising. But I know you don't mean it like that. She actually means really well. So thank you, Amanda. But it does sound so patronising. But yeah, you know what I'm like with the technology, which is so bad because I used to, back in the day, like, used to be like, not so like, more computer whiz, and on the phones. And then when like your mum or your aunt or something used to say, how'd you do all this? How'd you do all that? And I used to think, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm never going to be like that. I want to keep up to date. Nah, I'm fucking the opposite way. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Everything is just trial by error, as you can see. This is a well-oiled machine. Would you have us any other way, though, Gary? Would you ever send out? We wouldn't be Claret and Booze if we went all over the place. Right, I want that fucking old man, Lee. I'm talking about Mario Kart, to be fair to you. But yeah, it was good. And the thing, but I was always up now. Was you the same as Tony? Yeah. I was right on it. I used to be on it. Like, mind you, give me like a control of a TV and I can do all the settings and all that gear on a computer. No idea whatsoever. No clue.
Right. My camera ain't having it, mate, unfortunately.
No, you're fine.
But you can hear me all right, yeah?
I can indeed, mate. I can indeed. I can hear you perfectly. Yeah, so I don't know what the premise of this is going to be still. Has he told you anything? Are you meant to be doing a segment on your own or with me? Or I don't know.
I genuinely don't know. I just said I can be on at 9 o'clock. And he went, I'll give you a password and you can control the chat. So I'm, but all people are going to be doing if you go is they're going to be looking at a blank screen.
No, I fully understand that, mate. But can you control the chat from your end?
Absolutely, yeah. I've got it here. So I can, let's just have a look. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah.
So still, if you don't mind, can I just go for 15 minutes, literally?
Absolutely.
I just want to have a little toilet break and let the dogs out and that.
Yeah. You do what you have to do, but I'm sorry to people that are watching because they can't see my mush. But
well, he's gone completely now. No, you're back still.
Yeah, camera ain't. I don't know why the camera ain't working, but it's typical, isn't it? It's typical when you want things to work and then they don't. But there you go.
That's live TV for you, though, still, isn't it?
It is, mate. It is, yeah. And people who have watched my channel will know that I usually f up on technology, so they're probably used to it. So there you go.
I'll watch your channel, but I didn't want to be the one to say it, so I'm glad that it was you that said it. Still, right? Still, I'll be with you in about 10-15 minutes, mate.
No problem.
See you in a bit.
Okay. So, people, I'm sorry that you can't see me. I do apologise. I don't know what's going on there, but I know that what this is about today, about talking about the owners and so on. And I've got my views as well. I think for quite a long time, I sort of thought the owners were going to do all right for us. Like most of you, we kind of fell into the whole thing about the moving of the stadium. We thought that it was going to be a good thing for West Ham United. But I think the warning signs were there the first season that we moved, when we actually saw what was happening with regards to the teams and the sort of players that were bought for us. That was a warning sign in itself. And I think things have been a little bit skewed ever since then, haven't they? Thank you, people, for wishing me a happy birthday. Yes, it is my birthday today. And then I'll be popping off to watch the game later on. So that'll be a birthday treat, won't it? And then, of course, what happened over the last few years has been quite mixed. We seem to have some success. And I think a lot of people sort of parked their views on the owners for quite a while because we were doing well in Europe. We won a European trophy, etc. And we thought that, maybe things would change, but clearly not. Clearly, the board in the way that they behave and the way that they treat us fans is leaves a lot to be desired, I guess. And we've gotten to the point now where it's understandable why people have had enough. It's understandable why people want something else. And I've got this fear with the current West Ham owners is that they'll end up bringing us someone else who will be worse than what we've got. Because once they sell the club, they don't care who will buy us. And that's the thing. That doesn't mean, though, that we should be keeping the owners as they are. Change needs to happen. But I just wonder. I don't know if Hammers Chat has been, Hammers United has been on this show yet. But I know they're trying to do an awful lot of stuff behind the scenes to try and improve things at West Ham. There's one thing, though. I mean, and fair play to them. There's the groups that meet with the board do try to do things for the better. But it doesn't always work, does it? And but I know that Hammers United are really trying their best to improve the environment of where we watch our football, the stadium, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, sometimes it falls on deaf ears, and that's where it becomes really, really frustrating for us as fans. The board kind of talk the talk, but they don't actually walk the walk, do they? They say that they want to do right by fans, but they don't at the end of the day, do they? And that's what frustrates us more. Paul Colburn is coming on later, so I believe that he'll be talking a lot more about that, about what Hammers United do behind the scenes, because they do work hard. Now, it's so easy for the board to actually win the fans over if they actually listen to what us fans wanted. If they actually listen to, what we're no experts, but then, by nature, the fact that the board themselves have shown that they're not experts either in the way that they run the club. But it'd be so good if they just listened to the fans every once in a while, because they could actually win the fans over. They could actually start to have some proper dialogue with the fans, and there's a chance that they could do right by us. But that's the problem. They don't listen, and that's when it causes frustration. And that's when you have things like this, sort of the protests, etc. Whether they're protests at the ground, as we've had in the past, or whether their protests online like this. Now, it's interesting. The last time the protests happened, when the marches were happening, the board woke up. They were complacent up to then, but then they woke up and then they started to try and do right by us. But it doesn't last long enough, does it? That's the thing with this board. And you look at other clubs. I mean, congratulations to Crystal Palace, for example, who have done really well by winning the FA Cup. They're in Europe now. They had a 5-year plan, a 5-year plan to sort of move to get themselves into Europe, and through a cup competition, they've succeeded. And isn't that what we want? We just want a long-term plan. We want them to lay out what their ideas are, what their plans are for the club, instead of these sort of shady feeling deals that they do, and you sort of go from one season to another and you just don't know what you're going to get. And that's been another problem with the board. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like me saying this, but in terms of them being business people, they are good business people. They know what they're doing. But in terms of being good business people to running a football club, what goes on behind a football club, then they're pretty poor. And you've seen that over the years in the way that we, the haphazard ways in which we get managers in. They sort of knee-jerk. And the knee-jerk from the last protest was just that. We got Pellegrini in and we thought, here we go. We've got a manager that knows how to win, etc. But even that doesn't last long enough, because there's no long-term plan at West Ham. There's no sort of set template to say, this is where we want to get to. This is how we want to get to it. This is the strategy that we want to use. And that's what creates the frustration. And we have these haphazard seasons where we might do well one season, then not so well the other, because we haven't got a proper long-term strategy. And that's the bit that really frustrates me as a fan, because I look at other clubs, and I'm not looking at envy, and we've won something. We won a European trophy not so long ago, but we should have built on that. you know, and it would have been so easy for the board to actually, you know, get on our side by building on that, on that win, that the European win. But we didn't do it. And look at us now. We've only just avoided relegation. We've only just, you know, had those three teams that were promoted last season not done as well. You know, you would have had West Ham United playing in the Championship next season. And I know a lot of fans are thinking that that might happen anyway next season. I don't know. I've got hopes for Graham Potter. I've got hopes for what he might be able to deliver along with Carl McCauley. You can see the changes that are happening with regards to the players that are leaving. Sad that as it may be, you know, that we're losing the likes of Creswell, Soufal, Fabianski, etc. But you know, let's see what the board have got a big opportunity to try and get on the fan side this summer, and that's to really do right by our transfer window. But I just don't think they can. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's the problem, and that's why, you know, people are asking for change, because you just can't. You just feel that the board will not do right by the fans, by Graham Potter, etc. And that's where the frustration comes in, and that's where it becomes, you know, fans get annoyed and frustrated. We've had these offers. I mean, you know, you go back to when we were moving stadiums and the reasons that they gave. You know, we've got to believe that we can get into Europe, Champions League, etc. The problem is with the board is that it's not so much they lied, it's just that they couldn't fulfill their dream because they had no strategy to get us there. You know, if they'd have been honest when we were moving stadiums and said, look, we're doing this because it's a business transaction, we're not going to be paying as much money, etc., I think a lot of us would have been upset by it, but would have gone, all right, fair enough, you're being honest with us. But it's just the nature of how they did it, you know, by promising things that they couldn't promise, they couldn't deliver. And that's where we get frustrated with them. And they've had so many opportunities over the years to actually get it right. Just get it right, but they keep fluffing it, don't they? And that's the thing that I'm concerned about. I'm concerned that they've got another opportunity to try and get it right in this transfer window, and I don't think they're going to succeed. The board absolutely screw it up again, David. Absolutely, you're spot on. I saw a comment there about Potter. Why Potter has shown me nothing in the 16 games he's had. I kind of disagree with that, Gary, to be honest with you. I think Potter has shown signs of what he wants to do with the team. But this is where the board can actually get on the side of fans and give Potter the tools, the players to get it right. But I don't believe they're going to be able to. I think that, you know, I said it on my own channel that I don't think we'll be buying 35 million pound players this summer. But even if we're going for 25 million pound players, the board is still going to scrimp and scrape and go, okay, we'll offer you 16 instead of the 25 that you want, etc. This is why we get frustrated with them. James, I don't know what's going on, mate. My camera is not working. I do apologise. I've been ranting, Mickey, for the last 10 minutes and not giving anyone a chance to say their bit. So I'm going to shut up for a minute and see what people have to say. Let's go up a bit, shall we? And thank you all for wishing me a happy birthday. Much appreciated. Red 5. They don't care about us. Never have, never will. I think this is the problem. I think I kind of agree there. And that's why people get really, really frustrated, because they make out that they listen. What the board do really well with all these fan groups that meet with them is they're very clever. Well, it's a very actually, it's not clever. It's actually a very basic technique that they use, that they get all these fan groups and they say, oh, God, welcome. We want to hear you. We want to listen to you. And what Brady has done in the past is she'll listen to one fan group. Oh, we need this. And then she'll listen to another fan group. Oh, we need that. And she'll pick them off. And she'll go to each individual fan group. We'll give you a little bit of this and we'll give you a little bit of that. And then get them on, you know, on their side. And now they're in their pockets. And all of a sudden, you find that the fan groups who meant to meet and are meant to be, you know, talking from the same hymn sheet, singing from the same hymn sheet, don't agree with each other, you know, because a fan group's been given a little favour here and there. And Brady's been clever at doing that. And that's why Hammers United is really important, because Hammers United will cut through that and try and represent all the fan groups. Instead of, I don't know, Mickey, what they're called. Is it the FAB at the moment? Fan Advisory Board that are actually meeting with the board on a regular basis. It's made up a whole section of fan groups, supporters club, and all the others, etc. But unfortunately, they don't all sing from the same hymn sheet. Whereas Hammers United can cut through that, and of course, the board don't like Hammers United because they are cutting through the that sort of stuff. And I think they're going to have to start listening, because I don't know how successful this petition is going to be. I hope it really is. I hope it does sort of make them actually at least sit up and listen. That's what we want. If nothing else, can we get them out? Look, I think when Sullivan is ready to sell, Sullivan will sell. Do I think that we can force them out? I'm not so. I would love to think that we can, but I think a petition like this will actually start giving them food for thought. They'll start thinking, hang on a minute, there's, the fan base is being galvanized. And that's our problem as a fan base in the past. We've been kind of split. And I won't lie, when we were in Europe, I was like, well, let's see how it goes. Maybe it'll improve. But as I've just said, we're in Europe. We didn't capitalize on that, which is so frustrating, because we could have done. It's going to be interesting to see the likes of Crystal Palace now. They won the cup. They're in Europe. It's going to be interesting to see what what Crystal Palace do. Are they going to maintain that and try and keep Palace winning, even if they're only winning a cup competition? Maybe they won't get higher in the league, but if they're in a cup competition, that's good for them. And that's what we should have done a couple of years ago. And maybe, just maybe, the fan base would have been a little bit more on board with the board itself. But they keep screwing up, don't they, Mickey? I've got to shut up, ain't I? I've got a 9 o'clock rush. I can't hear you. I still can't hear you, Mickey.
Sorry, mate.
There you
I've
go.
got my mic on. Sorry. There's me going, no, you carry on still. You was going on anyway. But sorry, look, it's technical difficulties. You got no camera. I got
no camera. You got no sound.
No, mate, you're spot on with what you're saying, and it does give a different perspective. And we said, look, we don't expect this petition to be life-changing, but it's a start. Do you know what I mean? It's a foot on the path of just showing them that we're unhappy with the way things are run and how it continues to go that way at the moment. So hopefully something will come of this, and they get to see it and just get to know that the fans are disgruntled with them.
Well, this is it. I mean, something's got to change, and it's so easy for them to actually get on board with the fans, Mickey. That's the thing. It's not a difficult thing for them to do. It would be so easy for them to actually start really listening rather than pretending that they're listening. Adsy has said, West Ham fans can argue between ourselves about a lot of things and have different opinions, but the one main thing we all agree on is wanting change. Brady and Sullivan out. The thing is, Mickey, I've said this a few times before, is let's say for argument's sake, the board decide to sell.
Yeah.
They wouldn't give a flying F who they sold the club to. There was obviously there were a couple of rumors knocking around about the American consortium. I had a very interesting message sent to me by a fan of the Dodgers, who said, a Chelsea fan and Dodgers fan. He became a Chelsea fan because he was a Dodgers fan. And obviously Mark Walter, who owns the Dodgers, has got an investment in Chelsea with Bowley. And he reckons this fella, I don't know if it's hearsay or whatever, but he reckons that Bowley and Walter are going to bail out of Chelsea and come and buy West Ham.
Really?
I don't know how true that is. I don't know if that's him speculating or him having heard something, because apparently there's another organization that co-own Chelsea, and apparently they're going to get it over to them. Who knows? They're going to sell up. Now, I look at Chelsea, and like when Bowley bought Chelsea, that was a basket case for the first season, interestingly, under Potter. But Mark Walter is the sort of person from Guggenheim Partners, is the sort of person that will just invest a whole heap of money in a club in order to get it to succeed. If it's true, it's true, then great. But there's no saying that West Ham United, the current board, will sell to a good future owner. You know, if whoever comes up with the Reddies, they're going to sell them. You know, and it won't matter whether the future owners are good, bad, or indifferent. Now, again, don't get me wrong, that's no reason to stay with the current owners. No. But at the same time, you know, I worry as to who, because the board they've been so haphazard in the way that they've run West Ham. They could just remember when they sold Birmingham. They sold Birmingham, and Birmingham just went plop, you know. And there's no saying that they wouldn't do the same with West Ham. That's the thing that I fear most.
I agree, and that's what we were saying last night. That's what I was saying. He said that he's just going to sell to the highest bidder, Sullivan. He can spill all he wants about. He wants to sell it to the right person, but he will end up just selling it to the highest bidder. The other thing with the Chelsea owners that you said, which is interesting, that they will spend to try and make the club successful, like they'll invest in it, which sounds lovely in principle. But look at that Bowley, what he done at Chelsea. That's all he done. He just spent a ton load of money to try and buy the right players, and it didn't work out like that. So ideally, you do want the right owner, but you also want an owner to come in with a structure, a vision.
Exactly.
Yeah. So on that sense, I'd rather that. Like I was saying yesterday, I wouldn't mind that, not for her to buy it, but to be involved. That woman who was involved in a Newcastle takeover.
Yeah.
I think someone like her really does have a vision and works towards it. So someone like her, I would like to see.
I think that's the thing that we were hoping for when Timmy came into the club, innit? You know, that we were led to believe that he was not only going to look at transfers, but he was going to try and run the club as a proper director of football. That's what's been missing. You know, the unfortunate thing with Steiden is that he was limited, you know, in terms of what he actually really did do at previous clubs and what he did at West Ham. You know, what we really need, and the board won't have this because it means relinquishing too much control. We need a proper director of football that's going to be managing the footballing side of things, not just become a glorified scout to go and get players, but someone that actually can come in and run the footballing side of things. You know, the thing is with these owners, is I said earlier on, Mickey, is that they're good business people. They know a good deal when they smell it. You know, they you know, move into the new stadium and all that sort of stuff. That's business. You know, that we don't like it, but that's business. But in terms of the footballing side of things, they got no clue. After all these years of managing, of running Birmingham, and after all these years of managing West Ham, on the footballing, there is no strategy with the footballing side of it. And if Sullivan was sensible, if he was sensible, he's getting old now. You know, I know some people are saying that he wants to leave West Ham as a legacy to his son and all that sort of stuff. But if he was sensible, he'd step back, get a proper director of football in to run, so, as you just said, to have a strategy in how to run West Ham United, the footballing side of things. And I think we'd be in a better place if he did that. But he can't help but meddle. He can't help but getting himself involved. And
no, because as you said with the Tim Steiden example that you give there, like, I think that it just went to show that they couldn't wait for something. And it wasn't a massive thing that Tim Steiden done, but they've used a few transfers that he got over the line as an example and as an excuse to get rid of him. And then now to say, look, we tried that way. It didn't work. For me, they didn't really try it. It was just a token offer. But now he got the chance to say, we tried it. It didn't work. I'm going to go back to what I know and what I feel. And now
you could almost see that coming, couldn't you?
Of course you could. I think
you almost see that coming.
Yeah, I think people was expecting it to happen, but had more of the hope that it wasn't going to, and Tim Steiden was going to work out really well for us. Yeah. But, you know, we forget who we're talking about here.
Yeah. I mean, look, in all honesty, you know, I've got a German West Ham mate who sends me a lot of stuff from the German social media, etc. And he sent me stuff on Steiden way before, and he went, this ain't the guy that you think he's going to be. And like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You know, he's like, he isn't everything that has been made out. And it's quite interesting. Steiden's out of work now. You know, there was all this talk when he was with us that Liverpool were going to be in for him, etc. But, you know, he's not got a job. He may get a job. Will he get one at a big club? I don't know. But, you know, that was another mistake by the board. They need you. Mickey. You know, they need you when we got Pellegrini, when the protest happens. They need you when they got Tim Steiden, because they actually ended up getting the wrong person. They should have gone for a proper director of football like Dan Ashworth. You know, that's what they should have gone for. But unfortunately, they won't pay compensation to get these people in order to make the club better. And Steiden was out of work, just like most of our managers have been when they're hired. And Steiden's a good salesman. He sold him a dream. You know, I'll do this for you.
I get that, but do you also think still there's an element of, with Steiden, as you said, this was a new role for him. He'd been in similar roles, but not this particular role. So if you was going to get someone like Dan Ashworth, you say, who's not in work, but he knows the role. So what I'm trying to say is that they could control Tim Steiden to a certain point.
Well, this is it. Yeah.
You know, but with someone like Ashworth, I wouldn't be able to do that because he knows the role better than...
You're spot on. You're spot on.
You know what I mean?
Exactly that. Because Dan Ashworth wouldn't have taken any shit, and he would have gone, if you want me to run the footballing side of things, I need a free hand. And you're spot on, because Steiden wasn't... He was I can't remember the titles that he had before, but I don't think any of them were director of football. You know, and that's what we were led to believe that he was going to do coming here. Clearly, he was just a glorified scout, you know, a dealer, you know, someone who was going to go and finish the deals. And you're absolutely right. That meant he didn't have... When I remember doing a show talking about, quite a lot of channels did the same thing, talking about Steiden coming in and talking about how he was going to manage the whole football inside, the women's team, the academy, you know, the senior team, you know, and have a strategy in place that didn't materialize. And you're right, because they don't want him to have that level of control. That was never going to work, you know. No. So yet again, it's the, you know, okay, Steiden was good as a deal maker, but in terms of what we needed as a director of football, he wasn't it. A board messed up there because they got the wrong person in. But they didn't even give him a chance to actually see if he could do any more than what he did. And every time things go a little bit sour with the board, they like to blame someone apart from themselves. And Steiden was the fall guy in this case, as was Lopetegui. But then look who hired both of these people. It was Sullivan who hired Lopetegui. It was Sullivan who hired Steiden. Steiden apparently said, don't go for Lopetegui, go for someone different. Who knows how it would have been if Sullivan had listened. This is the problem. Not only does Sullivan not listen to the people who know how to run the footballing side of things, how on earth are they going to listen to us fans? And that's where the frustration comes in.
Oh, massively. And like, as you said, for some reason, it's all, and I always coin this phrase that with our managers and that we shop at Bernardo's, like charity shop for their... I don't understand why we can't get managers that are up and coming. Like, I know Bournemouth and your Brightons and Crystal Palaces to a certain extent are better than us this season, but we are technically a bigger team. So we should be looking at getting their managers who are actually in form right now. It's sort of like when you go for a transfer, like to buy a player, you don't technically go and get a player who's out of form for big money. You try and get, or like the players that no one else wants, really. You don't try and get them being a Premier League team. So while we don't use that strategy for a manager, which is a massive, massive part of a puzzle.
Yeah, this is the problem.
I can't get that still.
This is the problem with Sullivan is he thinks that he thinks he's doing right by the fans by bringing in types of managers that we've had before. For example, Pellegrini. Oh, he's a winner, so he'll be all right. Or then when we're struggling, you got to bring in Allardyce or you got to bring in Moyes, and it's haphazard. You know, he won't go for a young manager who's got potential because he doesn't trust in him. That's the problem. He thinks he knows better and bet the devil, and all that sort of stuff. He just brings in manager. The Pellegrini one was a prime example of thinking that he was going to please the fans, thinking that he was going to make the fans happy by bringing in a so-called successful manager. But then what you need, if you do that, I don't mind bringing in a big manager, a big name, etc. But then you need the infrastructure to support that, because a big name manager is going to want to spend shitloads of money. A big name manager is not going to go, okay, then I'll go and play the academy players. You know, a big name manager is going to want, you know, instant success. Whereas you've got a younger manager, you've got a completely different style of manager who, you know, may or may not work, you know, but a younger manager is going to have different views, going to use younger players, etc. You know, but Sullivan doesn't believe in that. I mean, Sullivan didn't want Potter. You know, it's well documented that Sullivan wasn't interested in bringing Potter in. Because Potter, this is what's going to be interesting about this summer transfer window, is that I hope fans don't think we're going to go out and buy 30, 40, 50 million pound players. We're not. You know, Potter's got that view of, we'll bring in some players who are experienced. He might bring in 1 or 2 30-year-olds, you know, in certain positions, but then he'll go and get, or Carl McCauley will go and get players who are up and coming, and try and build the same model as they did at Brighton, where, you know, bringing these players for low 20 mil, 15 mil, etc. And if they turn good, then sell them for 50, 60 mil. And I know fans won't like that either, because we was like, well, we're a selling club, but it's only good if you're in selling club if you reinvest that money back into players like Brighton have done.
Well, that's what I was going to say to you. So you say, like, you don't think that we're going to buy players for 30, 40 million, but does that comment still stand if we end up selling people like Kudus and Pekatar and that for big money? Would that be reinvested, or do you still think?
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. We've got to see that money being reinvested. I don't mind that. I don't mind that business strategy. If we're selling players because we're going to reinvest in the playing staff, I'm okay with that. You know, because you know, if we sell Kudus for 70, 80 mil, you know, but we spend that 70, 80 mil getting maybe 3 20 million pound players, you know, that are the next thing and going to turn good, etc. I'm all right with that. I don't mind that. But that's what the board have got to do. You know, they've got to be consistent in the way that they manage this club. You know, it's no good pleading poverty, which is a load of bollocks anyway, but pleading poverty and then going and selling our big name players and then not reinvesting that money, because that is tantamount to relegation. As someone made a comment earlier on about where will all the fans be. Let me see if I can find it. How many of these Tories fans said, how many of these Tories fans will go if we get relegated? And, you know, this is the thing that the board are playing with. They're playing with, you know, it's kind of jeopardy for West Ham. If they don't reinvest that, if we sell Kudus or whoever it is we sell, if they don't reinvest that money in the squad, we're doomed. You know, we will possibly go down next season.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we see like travel companies. It's one thing that travels companies sort of sell on as a package, like go and watch a Premier League game at the London Stadium. Now, they're not going to be able to sell them tickets to tourists.
Absolutely not.
A championship team, they just won't be able to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why fans get upset with the board. You know, because they, as you said, Mickey, there's no strategy, there's no long-term ambition, no long-term aim. You know, I'm not asking them to lay all their business plans down on the paper for fans to see, but give us some insight, give us some idea of where you want to take the club. You know, because as someone else said, you know, these owners will quite happily finish 17th every season. I guarantee you they won't be, because they're looking at the money. Because every place that you finish in the league, the higher you are, the more money you get for finishing higher up the league. But they want to do it on. They want to do it they don't want to properly invest. Look, the irony is that this board have spent money. You know, I know a lot of people keep going, oh, we don't spend money. We do actually spend money. We spend money on players, and we always have done. The problem's been is not spending it in a wise way. We're not consistent in how we spend our money. We're not consistent, and it goes back to this no strategy, no long-term aim, no long-term strategy, and that's what worries me about these owners. You know, they don't seem to have. They jump from one season to next. Right, this season, what we're going to do? All right, we're getting a new manager. Oh, well, this manager's got a completely different style. All right, well, we'll back him and we'll let him buy all these players. And then when we sack that manager, we're stuck with all these players that the next manager can't do anything with. You know,
agree. And I think that was what the excitement was over Tim Steidten to a certain extent, to getting players like your Kudusis that we know we're going to be a stepping stone for a player like that, but we was fine with that if you're going to double your money on him or something, because there's a clear intention, there's a strategy there. But that's why we got excited, because we thought it was going to be a start of something. But now it's just gone back to how the old bit was, and it's so frustrating, as you say. We're not really that hard to please. We really ain't. We might seem that we are, but we're not still. We want a bit of fucking stability and a direction of where we're going in a positive way, not in a backward step. And that's what we're doing at the moment. We're just going in a backward step.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, it would be so easy for them to win the fans over, but they just can't see the wood for the trees, unfortunately.
No.
You know, I know this whole thing is about Petition to get them out. Do I think they'll go? Honestly, I don't. Would this petition at least get them talking? I hope so. I hope this gives groups like Hammers United the platform to turn around and say, not in a finger pointing sort of way, but for Hammers United to turn around and say, look, guys, you know, look at what's happening, you know, amongst the fan base. Look what's happening, you know, on social media channels, etc. You know, let's turn this around. Hammers United could play a big role in the petition to turn around to the board and say, let's turn this around for you. Almost like, you know, not siding with them. I don't want to use that word, but trying to get them to understand that there's a different way of running this football club. And I hope, if nothing else, I hope at least this petition gets the board thinking. I don't know. Do they watch these things? They certainly get to hear about them. That's for sure. Don't be fooled. They will know that this is on, and they will know that the fan base is unhappy. But it's now down to Hammers United to use this as a tool, not as a weapon, but as a tool to actually talk to the board and see if we can get something different out of them.
And that's the premises of why this petition is, you know, look, we're not done a petition in this stream to say, right, this is now going to get the board out and change of owners. No, we're not that silly. It is a case of a first step voice to be heard on this matter, just to try and do something. And as you say, if Hammers United and that can use that as a bit of a platform, as a bit of even a wake-up call, if you like, to say, look, this is happening, and this is the start of something that could potentially grow. Get on top of it now before it grows any larger. And that's the whole point of us doing this. It's literally a voice for people and a start of that discontent with the owners. Yeah.
Look, if it gets to that point of at least getting them to talk, and not just bullshitting us, then great. You know, if we can get that far, then it's a step in the right direction. I think Hammers United, like I say, I think, you know, I'm putting a lot of emphasis on them, and sorry to Paul Colburn when he comes on and making all these promises on his behalf. But I think Hammers United are the group that can actually galvanise the supporters and try and get the board, because the stuff that Hammers United are talking about is really, it's not skirting around the edges. It's dealing with the issues at hand. You know, they're talking to the board about, you know, sort of the stadium at the moment and the atmosphere, etc. And I know what the board will say. Well, we don't own the stadium, so there's nothing we could do. Bollocks. They do. They can influence how the atmosphere at the stadium can change. But Hammers United are the sort of group that can do that, and I think this petition will help them. I think it'll give them strength in order to do that.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's what we want. That's actually what we want. And like I said, hopefully this is going to move in that right direction. We've got just over 1,600 signatures on it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, which is really good. Obviously, we like to get to 2,000 before the stream ends today. But again, people, if you haven't done already, please sign a petition. The main thing is as well, once you've done it, to look at your email, because you'll have to verify. I'll get my words mixed up. We verify your email to validate the vote, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so
you just
so
look at that.
Vote, yeah.
And so look, listen. So I don't know how long you can be on here, but what
I'm
would you
going
say?
to have another 10 minutes. Can I address a couple of points that people have raised?
Still, work away, mate. Go on. I'll leave you to work away. Go on.
A couple of people have said about, oh, they're only here to make money out of the club. Well, unfortunately, people, every owner of a football club is here to make money out of a club. The Jack Walkers of the previous years. Jack Walker was the owner of Blackburn, who invested his own money. Very few owners of a football club invest their own money. The Jack Walkers of yesteryear are long gone. We got to suck it up. Football is what it is. Money talks, and I don't have a problem with any owner making money out of a football club. It's a business. It's just how they do it. That's the problem. It's how they go about it. And someone said about they were forced out of Birmingham. They weren't forced out of Birmingham. They saw an opportunity to buy West Ham United, and they just jumped at it. They saw that we were in the situation that we were, and they jumped at it. So I don't think that, because I think Alex said, oh, they fans pushed them out. I'd love to think that was true, but they saw an opportunity to buy West Ham, and they did so. Who else have we got here? Steve, world-class stadium, world-class players, quoting Brady, and we all fell for it. This is it. The world-class stadium, if we weren't gonna own the stadium, that was always out of our hands. But world-class players, absolutely. And that's where we've fallen down. We've not delivered that. Amanda, right? Sorry, Amanda, you're saying you've got to go. See, that's my problem with not reading the comments. But see you later, Amanda. Riz, Steiden was really good for us. Changed our fortunes. Should have kept him. I've got my views. I've done shows on it. Steiden was a good dealer, a good deal maker. But that might have been as far as it went. But other people have got different views on that. Ads, why always go for someone out of work? It should be who's right for the role, not who's absolutely correct. And this is the thing, Ads. This is the problem with the board. Instead of looking ahead, they kind of go, well, what's the cheapest option? Look, I mean, you could argue. I mean, I know a lot of fans wanted Amorim, and it would have cost 10 million to get him out of his deal from the club in Portugal. Look how that's worked out for Man United. Now that may. So you don't always get the best by paying big compensation, etc. As you said yourself, Mickey, sometimes, a young manager may come in and may not necessarily work out, but at least it might show a little bit of a different direction, a different ambition. I hope it works for Potter. I think he's a nice guy. Do I think he's the right guy? I think he'll stabilize us next season. Will he get us into Europe? I doubt it. I doubt that very much. But again, it's all down to how the board manage the transfer window and what we do in that window. And if Macaulay and Potter get what they need, then maybe. I know that's a nice myth, Gary, that Kretinsky's hired Steiden. Well, if he did, then why didn't he stop him from getting sacked? I think, unfortunately, that's a bit of a myth. I think it was agreed by the whole board that Steiden was brought in. Mandy, Steiden must have recommended Lopetegui. Well, no, he did not. He didn't want him. He didn't want Lopetegui. He recommended other managers, but of course, Sullivan knows best, doesn't he? Kim, I think being able to sell the club and seal the deal is a harder job than identifying players. You really need to hard sell to get any top talent at West Ham, thanks to the clowns in. But well, yes and no. I think at this moment in time, what you could see, and this is the thing I've got about the way we structure our squads, is we go and get all these. It was easy to go and get these big name players when we were in Europe. It's not so easy when you're not in Europe, and now you've got all these big name players that want to leave, which means I don't mind, getting players that are young, up and coming, doing well at clubs around Europe, etc., and bringing them in for 20 mil, etc., and demonstrating how good they can be in the Premier League. I don't mind that approach. That's how you look at Palace, you look at Brighton, you look at Brentford, etc. A lot of those clubs adopt that sort of process, adopt that system, and it works for them. But when you sell these players for big money, you've got to reinvest that money back into the club. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Dads, Good morning to you guys. Fact of the day: last time West Ham paid compensation to get a manager was Pardew from Reading. It's a club issue, not just. That was
Is that
pre
true though?
Brady
Still,
and Sullivan.
is
Yeah,
that,
good point.
is that true? Though? Did we not pay any compensation for Pellegrini?
No, we didn't. He was free. He came
was
from
free,
China,
yeah?
didn't he?
Okay.
Okay, he was managing in somewhere in Europe or whatever, and then he went to China. Or was it China? I think
it was China, yeah, but I didn't know whether we had to pay anything to get him out of his contract.
No, I think his contract came to an end, I think.
Yeah.
Alex, what's the next step after this stream? Well, Mickey, you can tell them that. If we want Sullivan out, we have to keep him or make him feel uncomfortable. Almost bully him out. This is the problem, Alex. You try and bully someone like Sullivan, he'll just dig deep. And he won't give it. That's why I'm talking about Hammers United an awful lot. It's not about bullying them. It's about having proper, meaningful dialogue with them. They'll get that. But if we try and bully them, they'll just go, forget about you lot. We're not listening. Sorry, Mickey. What's the next step after the stream?
No, sorry, no. Well, I think that you meant like the bigger picture, what's happening after. But as for directly after, from when you go, I think I've got Luke coming on.
Okay. I was nodding there, forgetting that I didn't have my camera on.
But I think I've got Luke coming on. But I think a lot of people are saying is like, what is the point or what is the goal of this petition? And it is just literally that. It's literally a start. It's a jumping point of showing our discontent at the ownership, and hopefully, we don't want them there, but at the very least, as Stell said, is to sort of give them a little bit of a wake-up call that everything, if they think things are rosy, they definitely ain't. We are disgruntled and disillusioned supporters of what they're doing. We don't think they're running it right. Well, actually, we know they're not running it right. And things definitely need to change. Obviously, ideally, we'd love new owners. But that's not going to happen unless they want it to happen. That's genuine. They're not really going to be too worried about if they get, someone said about the bullying side of things. If they was to do that, you just won't see them at games no more. They'll just shut themselves off, but not sell up.
Yeah.
So we're sort of going for a change. Like we really want to change. We want them to take notice that we want change more than anything.
Can I leave the viewers with a question? I want to know, clearly, the whole point of this is to get the board out, have new owners, etc. I want to ask the viewers and have a good think about, this is what would the board have to do to get them back on the fans' side? What could they do? I mean, I've talked a lot about, you said it yourself, having a aim and 5-year strategy, whatever it may be, etc. But with all the bad that they've done, with the way that they've run the club, what will change fans' minds to turn around and say, fair enough, they're beginning to try. Fair enough, maybe they have listened. What would keep them on board with the fans? I mean, can they? I don't know what you think, Mickey. Can they turn it around?
Well, I mean, as you said, it's an open question for everyone in the chat, but let me just give my answer on it. I don't think they can still. I think it's gone far too long. I think that even if they was to just, first of all, they would just have to not have any input in the running of the club, which is never going to happen because they're owners, obviously. But they'd have to employ professional people to run the club in a professional manner. But even if they did that and sat back and not be heard or seen again, they're always going to have that resentment for Sullivan, Brady, and Gold to an extent because if anything, it's going to be. That's a great comment. There, it's going to be. No, it's going to be that they're resenting already to moving away from Upton Park and what they've done now. So I think that damage is done for me still. I don't think that they could ever come back.
Yeah, and this is, I won't lie. I think a lot of us fans fell for it. A lot of us fans fell for the,
Absolutely.
A new stadium, blah, 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 all that sort of stuff. I fell for it. I know I did. I mean, what really pissed me off recently was Brady's interview when she said we couldn't have won the Europa Conference League without leave off,
Yeah, bullshit.
Absolute tosh, because we've done as well, if not better, when we're at the bowling. We won the FA Cup twice. We won a European trophy. It's not as if this is the first it's the first cup we've ever won just because we've moved to the stadium. She was stupid in making that sort of comment. We couldn't have done it without moving. No, that's just a load of hogwash, and that's the thing that winds fans up. Winds fans up, because you hear that sort of stuff and you go, "What? You're not talking to a bunch of idiots. You're talking to fans who are true." Every fan is invested in their club, but we know the history of this club. And even the younger fans know the history of West Ham. You take time to listen to it, to sort of absorb it. And that's the sort of thing that winds fans up when she turns around and says, we couldn't have won this trophy if we hadn't moved. That's a load of rubbish. And
she would have to say that, though, still. She would have to say that, and they would, because it validates the reason of moving, because they know the fans are not happy and that stadium is not really fit for football purposes. It really ain't. Not for the atmosphere-wise. So she would have to turn around and say something like that to validate the reason why that they did set up a move, to say it. But what she don't realise is we're not fucking idiots, mate. We don't need to hear that. We're not buying what she's selling.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Right. I got to go because I've got to go to a game of football.
Well, go on, Stel. Thank you so much for joining and coming on, mate. Really appreciate
I'm so
it.
sorry the camera didn't work. I don't know what happened there, but
don't worry, mate. Yeah. It's good to have your perspective and have you on here. Really do appreciate it, Stel.
All right, lads. Cheers, Mickey, and thank you all for the good wishes for my birthday and all that. And good luck with this. And I'll chat to you later.
Thanks, mate. Have a good day.
All right, mate. All right.
Ciao, mate. That was nice, wasn't it? Still coming on. I do want to do that. I just done that. So, Leslie, where do we sign? The link is in the description there. I did actually start this one as well, John. That chat sounds like Chimney Sweet talking to his lawyer. Love that comment, but you know what I love better? 6'2" saying, Mickey's a lawyer. I love that. And Mandy, honestly, Mickey's doing great. Thank you very much for saying that. That's just John. John is loves taking the piece. He means nothing by it. But yeah, great comments today. It was really good from Stel, wasn't it? Good to see, good to hear other perspectives and a bit more sort of a better tone of voice, I guess, as well. Me, I'm all over the fucking place. He expresses it a lot better than I do. So, but that's what you get with me. Right, so apparently we do have a Luke coming on. But I don't know if it's a typing error from nice one, Still, yeah. Thank you, there you go, mate, Darren. I see Danny Moore in the chat. Hello, Danny. Somewhere. So hello, brother. Eamon, you're here. No, thanks, Ed. Thanks, mate. This Mickey said a corporate Whetstone Sally wants you to transfer negotiator. Oh, me? Fucking hell. They wouldn't even sign for it if I'd done it. Thanks, brother. You're good. Look, listen, you're just all over the place. There's no structure in whatever I fucking do. But yeah, I'm glad that Stel was on there. So yeah, so apparently Luke is meant to be on. I don't know what Luke. Well, actually, I do now know he's not from the West Ham world, Luke, because he said it won't. So either that, or you're just going to be left with me. And if you are left with me until, let me try and tell you the structure that what we've got here. Hold on. So the structure would be so now it's meant to be me and Luke. Then it's me on my own. Now what I'll do, whether Luke comes on there or not, from 11 o'clock, I'll do another little quiz. Shall I? Do another little quiz, little movie and music on TV quiz that we done yesterday. It's just a time killer. But they're actually quite good though. They're not too bad. It gets it going. So what we got in here? Agreed, Red Torres. Joe Dammer, you're not meant to be at work. Get back to work, you lazy bastard. Mickey, tell us your ideal match day breakfast plate. Do you know what, right? So actually, this is what we used to do. As so on a Friday night, we used to go out. This was with me and all my mates. We used to go out. we'd be like, whether it's just anywhere, because sometimes it'd be local, be East End Working Men's Club or something, but we'd have a good drink. And then on the Saturday morning, what we'd do, we'd all get up and we'd all go either to the cafe for like full English, obviously, or we'd either go and pie and mash. We'd have a pie and mash. But then what we used to do after that, we used to go and put our bets on, and it was a big crowd of us, really, like in the morning. About anywhere between 10 and 16 of us or something. Oh, sorry, hold on 1 second. Let me see. Got the dogs barking. It's delivery outside. And then what we used to do was go and put our bets on. And then we used to sit in, and we used to go like around my mate's house. So the big table in County Town had a big table. And his mum used to come and put seafood, like prawns, and that big platter of prawns on the table. And we'd all sit over there talking about our bets that we put on for the game, and just peeling off the prawns. Really good, though. I used to love them days. Really weird, like having that and then seafood after, all in like a space of an hour or so. But yeah, it was good. Really, a quiz. Let's have a fight instead. Gary, get round. We'll have it, mate. Live on TV. Oh, thanks, John. I look tired. That's something everyone here. To be fair to you, mate, I am fucking tired. Although I'm getting a little bit more awake and lively as the days, as the morning's gone on. But I have to, don't I? What was a pie and mash? Oh, the one in High Street. That's Robbins. That was Robbins. That's shut down now, but Robbins is everywhere. Now, there's a good one in Chinkford. There's one in Basildon. One in Hornchurch, I think. There's one in Chelmsford. Yeah, Robbins is about now. Best pie and mash ever. I don't care where everyone goes. It was the best pie and mash ever. And then you had the one on the Barking Road. My mate owned that for a little while, Nathan's. But Robbins, you can't beat Robbins. It was the bollocks. The one opposite the pub. The one on the High Street. So you might be thinking of Nathan's. The one on the Barking Road. But the one actually in the High Street was Robbins. No, Robbins, look, so here's the thing, Alex, yeah? So there is one, they're all plotted about, right? They're all plotted about Robbins. And every Robbins that you go into, shave my fanny and mash. What the fuck? Who says that? Shave my fanny and mash. What the fuck? Shave my fanny and mash. That's fantastic. I don't know what it means, though. Yeah. So every Robbins you go into now, they'll all say, well, again, sorry, I'm getting, but Robbins had the frozen one in Asda's, and again, that's beautiful. It really is a lovely pie and mash because it is from them. It's just frozen, but it's beautiful. So every Robbins you go into now, no matter where you go, they'll always claim to be the original one from East Ham, the one that got shut down, and that's where they got moved to. They always do it. I don't know why. Yeah, Robbins is in Wanstead. Is there one he wants? Is there one in Wanstead as well? Yeah, I told you they plotted around that. But the original was Robbins in East Ham. And it was, I used to go in there all the time. Every time we used to go down East Ham High Street, used to go in Robbins. It's the bollocks. Can't beat it. You really can't. Walthamstow Pie and Mash. Brook Pie and Mash near Eastbrook School. That's in, where's Eastbrook School? There's one in, why can't I think of it? The one in County Town, which is very popular. We used to go in there quite a lot. But I'm telling you now, you can't beat it. But, is it a case of the same thing that if you're, say you ate your pie and mash first there and you always used to be a regular there, then you go to another pie and mash and you stay loyal and say, no, it's not as good as that pie and mash. But then at the same time, everyone I speak to that have been Robbins have always said, no, Robbins was the best. And it fucking was. Quizzes are fun. Why not make it 2 teams? Name that begins with AL, names that... Because, I'll tell you why we can't do this, yeah? Because people love putting the fucking answers in the chat as it goes up. So you can't do it. So it's literally just for fun. That's why. This is that the things are just for fun. Is that what you have, John? You have 3 pies, 2 mash, do you? Oh, fucking dirty, greedy bastard, you. You always got to go 2 and 2, though, ain't you? For me. You always got to go 2 and 2. 2 pie, 2 mash. No, but sometimes that's not fair because sometimes people are quicker to write than other people. Nah, fuck off. You do. We don't want to go there then, do ya? In Braintree. The pie mash shop in Braintree isn't great. Also very B&P in there. So we don't want to be going to that one, do we? Do you know what's sad though? Yeah, like I'm seeing a lot of the job that I do. We're going to a lot of places like chip shops and restaurants and all that stuff. A lot of takeaway gas, and like that was obviously I'm in East London. I'm only joking, mate. I'm only joking. Thanks for the what the fuck is a word? Suggestions, but I'm not going to pay any attention to that. Yeah, there's a lot of the takeaway stuff is just really doing bad at the moment. A lot of people are well, by all accounts, Gary, your local pie and mash shop is racist as shit. So yeah, there's a lot of businesses struggling for food wise now. It's just not happening. So who knows? Who knows? I think a lot of the shops will go, and it's been one of them, like, not say pop-up shops, but everything will be all delivered now. And we was actually talking about this. Again, I go on tangents, I go everywhere. So we were talking about this with the bloke, my trainer, like the one who's training me up for the job. And I was like saying that things used to add, it's come about films and about blockbusters. And it used to be a thing of a Friday night. We used to go and get our film from Blockbusters, and then we'd go and get a Chinese every Friday. Loved it. Brilliant. But that's what's changed now. You ain't got to do that. So you don't go Blockbusters because everything's all streamed from the TV. You don't have to go out and get your Chinese or any takeaway because it's all there at your foot. No one does. No one goes out to do things like that anymore, do they? It's all there. But it's there. But I used to love spending like fucking half hour, 40 minutes in Blockbusters trying to choose a film that you don't know what you want. You know, your mum and dad telling you fucking hurry up or something. And then after that, because you want to get the Chinese, so then you go there and you go in the Chinese, and it used to be Ramo in there because everyone was in there. Everyone was doing that. And it was brilliant. What's that? Cost of living, Mick? Yeah, but again, hold on, mate. Mickey, Quizmaster of the year 2025. Pew, pew. Loving it. It is the cost of living, but it's a cultural thing, though, as well. You know, more people are like, you get more healthier stuff now, and people you've got different religions, different cultures, everything is just changing. Like, you've got a lot of hipsters, ain't you, that sort of all the fresh. So the takeaways are sort of dying out in that sense. But I'm saying the whole thing is sad, really. I do like that. Would you say, fucking hell, wait. Fucking hell, wait, they find out I'm off. Yeah, they ain't going to like you in there no more, Gary. Fucking hell. You're right. Actually, Gary, what I'll do, though, one day I'll come and meet you in that. We'll go to a pie mash, brother. On you, of course. No, people don't go out as much anymore, too. But do you know what I mean, though? It's sort of, it wasn't like a night out, but it kind of was. It was like for the young families, because we was only young, obviously. And so you instead of going to, like, you probably wouldn't go to the clubs, obviously, and leave it there, but they're probably doing that. But then it used to be a Friday night treat. Go and get a film and a Chinese every time. And it was just fucking lovely. I mean, now, like, you can just have a Chinese whenever you want, but it's because that was the weekly treat. You know, like, we weren't a rich family by any stretch of the imagination, but that was our treat that my mum and dad worked for us. And it was just lovely to go and do. So every Friday. But like I said, now you can have fucking Monday Chinese, Tuesday Chinese, because they do a better deal. So Monday Indian, Chinese, McDonald's, have any fucking takeaway you want at your fingertips any day of the week. Not real grime, yes. What are we talking about, Towie? Towie or Towie? What are you saying? I've had this discussion with someone. Is Towie what it's really like in Essex? Oh, no. Gary, where are you from then? Where are you from? Certain parts is, to be honest with you. I mean, where I live, when you used to do the posting, who's the fucking, I can't think of his name now. Pete Wick. No, Pete Wick. And the two brothers from Towie. They only live around the corner. And when he used to do the delivery, people you always used to be outside the cafe with his dog all the time. So I mean, they're there, and Latin, which is a bit like that. Joe Hammer, thanks, mate. Update. Oh, there we go. Fallouts from Jaywick. Update 1,680. Come on, nearly there. Come on, let's get that 2 before the 24-hour finishes. Fallouts from Jaywick. We're talking about this. I'm sure I said it earlier on. We used to have chalet there. I did actually say that. Toby's posh, not real grimy Essex. Look, it's, you know what? It's anywhere you go. You've got your good and bad and lovely in wherever. Again, like I said to you, I've been in East London all for the last 3 weeks. Canning Town is sort of unrecognisable to me now. I'd get lost at Canning Town. I really would. It's really hipstery and really sort of, it looks totally different. Don't get wrong, you go down some back roads and it's still the Canning Town you see. But yeah, I'd get lost there now. East Ham, when I went to East Ham, not much has changed in East Ham. I could still find my way around anywhere and everywhere in East Ham. It's still the layout is all the same. So the shops might change a little bit, but the layout of East Ham is all the same. But Canning Town, mind blown. Morning, fat bloke. What a name. Good to see you and you, brother. Go on, mate. Hope you're all doing well. Everyone's having a lovely morning today. No, do you know what? Steve Tiley, that is my order as well. Apart from, I'd have to obviously the curry sauce with the prawn balls, but not prawn balls, chicken balls for me. But that's my order. Also, I've got to have the crackers because I like building up the crackers. So I'd only use a fork, build up all my crackers with the chow mein and the rice and the curry sauce and eat it like that. Canning Town is frothy coffee now. Oh, mate, it is. It is. It really is so mad. It's just mad. Like I said, my eyes was now. I've been there for 3 weeks and that you get used to it, like where things are. But at first, I was all like, "Fucking hell, I can't believe this." There was a time when you didn't want to get out your car in Canning Town. Now you'd fucking happily just plot in the middle of the fucking street. So yeah, copper box last night, £7.50. Where was that then? Wait, so Mickey, you doing an early Sunday breakfast broadcast every? Am I fuck? Who wants to wake up to this? I've fucking done it on open a prayer today. This is a West Ham channel and a West Ham thing. We've hardly fucking talked West Ham, really. Fuck was Stel coming on. Thank you again, Stel. But he's moved it to, other than that, we were talking about football. No, we were talking about movies, and now we're talking about Chinese quiz. And I said, Luke's meant to be on, but I don't even know if he knows about it. Who knows? It might have been an error. Who did I ask? I can't remember. I asked where they're from. Gary Brook. Only joking about how we never seen so many wankers in one program. Oh, that's one, Gal. Where are you from anyway, Galdin? Did you tell me? If you did, I've missed it. And again, don't feel like you got it. You're doing good, Mickey. You got the job, son. Nice one, son. So, Mickey, you have to have the crackers. I had one last night. I could fancy Chinese. Do you know what it is, though, yeah? I can't at the moment because where I moved jobs, they deducted a lot of like my qualifications, what I got from the last job, and my DBS and all stuff like that. It took most of my wages off me. So I'm on a basic. I'm on like a not basic even wage. I'm on like a shoestring budget this month. But then when my first pay of this job comes in, lovely, it's a really good paid job. So are you there? Are you still there then, Gary? You still there? Like you saying you've been there since 1965, or and you're not really ventured out in Essex? No. I say that like it's a thing, but I never really ventured out in Essex until some of the family moved out to Hornchurch, and then we moved to Arlo. So I wouldn't know. Nah, like apart from work, it's only work that I've go back into London, really. Oh yeah, cheers, Steve. No, listen, I really wasn't looking for fishing any compliments in that. I genuinely wasn't. Yeah, but I'm just saying to you, it's all over the box. Bear with me. I'm thankful for everyone that's kept on with it. So yeah, because like I said, I know it should be West Ham, but it's been like West Ham feed for 20 odd hours, so it's going to be. So a little bit of a break from the norm. I think it's good. Where's the link, Paul? It should be in the description at the bottom. I'm on a different page to what you're seeing, obviously. So it should be there should be a description at the bottom. Sorry, people, got a bit of a cough. I'll come back to that. That one. So what was it? Link petition. Sorry, yeah. So, but no, remember when you do the petition, it'll come up to say donate. Obviously, skip past that to try and get money out. It's not donating to us. We don't need it. Skip past that. But what you must do is that you'll get an email come through to emails, obviously, and you need to click on that link because it verify your email to validate your vote. Fucking getting good with that. But yeah, and that's what that is. His white chap was shithole now. Tell you where I've been going. I've been over Royal Wolf, and one of our members said that it's where he grew up and he's a shithole. But you know what? It's changed. Royal Wolf has changed massively. That's very hipstery. That's what I'm seeing now. I keep saying East London's woke now. I think you know what I mean by it when I say that. Arlo is Spuds country. Well, that's the part of Essex I am in. I'm in Arlo, and you are right. It's very Spursy. Very Spursy. But I was quite surprised to see or know that there is actually quite a good few West Ham in Arlo as well. Obviously, doing the post in there, used to do the post. I thought he was massively Spurs. He's big Spurs, but again, surprised to see there was quite a lot of West Ham there as well. Always good to see. The fuck, I've got something wrong in my fucking throat. What's this one? Thanks, Kieran, mate. Thank you very much. You started to look how I feel watching us play football. Fucking, I know. Get inspired out, Mickey. Yeah, I'd love to. But saying that, right, so I've got my brother-in-law. He's a Spurs supporter, and so's his son, like my nephew. And they're all right, though. They don't rub it in anyone's faces and that. They're all right. But also, I've got family who are Tottenham as well. Dirty bastards. But yeah. Yeah, and it, Gal? It's just totally changed. You meant to Peterborough in the 90s, now in Sussex. Is that right? Yeah. It's changed. Like I said to you, on me training now, he drives around. I'm like, fucking hell. Where am I now then? And he goes, you in customers? Bollocks, am I? Do you know what I mean? It's all in there. Where are you, Leon? Are you in Lincolnshire? Yeah. Is that where you are? Go on, mate. No, do you know what I used to do, Paul? Yeah, do you know what I used to do? He wouldn't eat it. He wouldn't eat it. They got fucking. They hate Arsenal, obviously being Spurs, but they don't really think that. But you know what I used to do? I'm not on social media and that, yeah. But I'm on Instagram, but I never go on there. But what I used to do, I used to bring a photo, like of the West Ham team photo of them scoring a goal or something, and I used to stick me nephew's head on the body, so it makes him look like a West Ham player. I used to fucking hate it, did, and I loved it. Wound him up. It was fantastic. I went over there. I went there that night when we drew 3-3 after being 3-0 down. I won't ask you if you remember that because everyone remembers that. Every West Ham fan remembers that. So, yeah, that was fucking fantastic. That was wound him right up. Moved from Arlo 12 years ago. I lived just around from Glenaddle's mum's sign one day. bringing her shopping in. Sober in a moment. Jason, you said you was a postie. Would you have been a postie? Oh, I got that wrong, Jason. I'm sure you said you was a postie. Would you have been a postie around Arlo at the time, or not, mate? Or was you not postie at all? Come on now, we've fucking delusional has been going on. I don't know what conversations I've had with who. Why I'm waiting for that answer, I'm gonna try and get a quiz ready. So, we don't want a long one, though, do we? We'd have like all right. Let's go 25 again. Fuck it. That ain't a long quiz. Usually I do 35 questions, but we'll do that. Question and answers. What Mickey? Oh, hold on. Mickey, I was born and bred off Green Street. Was you, Ray? Hold on. See you later, Gary. Time, mate. Go on, smash the forest. Have a good day. Mickey, I was born and bred off Green Street till my son was born. Moved away to Essex in the early 80s, but still drink in the East Ham Working Men's Club. It pains me to see the old place. Well, Ray, that's fucked off now. The East Ham Working Men's Club. They moved it. This was a dirty thing. Yeah, I was, but in Palmer's Green. Oh, fair enough, Jason. They moved it. They moved the Working Men's Club because the Working Men's Club's was owned by the patrons of like them. So the members, they paid all their membership fees. So if they was to sell the club at any time, they would all get an handout for the thing. So what they done to stop them getting an handout, when they sold it, they didn't sell it that to get moved. The building had to be moved. So they moved it on, but to another place, but the place is so tiny, it's fucked up. Yeah. It's been fucking. It was disgusting what they've done there. But it was a good club, the Working Man's Club. Like we spent a lot of times in there. Downstairs at the old bar with the pool hall. We say pool. We had about 2 or 3 pool tables in there, and upstairs was a massive hall. I saw but we used to go there every weekend. And it was great. But this is where I saw Alexander O'Neill. And I say that because Emma's Mikey, I always tell him about that. Saw Alexander O'Neill at East Ham Working Men's Club. That was when, obviously, he was famous a long time before that. But then he was a dip. No one really, he was not unheard of, but he weren't about at the time. And then about a year later, he got called into the Celebrity Big Brother ass. And then had a resurgence. Had a messy one. Right, hold on. No, I don't want that. 35 question answers. For movies. I'm going to go UK TV because there's too many American ones. And music. This is great TV to watch, isn't it? Or YouTube. Hold on. For movies, question answers for movies, UK TV and music quiz. Here we go. Oh, brilliant. We've got that. I want to go to football matches. Oh, that went in there. I want to go to football matches again and take my boy. You're getting older, but I just don't want to go to London stadiums. But this is my thing, Cole, right? So, like, if anyone missed it, there was a nice little video, really heartfelt from Gio yesterday. And he was saying about the next generation of fans. And, like these talking about Upton Park, the East generation, our generation can talk about it, that the new generation of fans won't have that. And I added on to that to say that it was a really well presented comment from Gio. Obviously, he always does. But also went on to say about that, to say that you'll be lucky now to get any next generation to want to support West Ham. Joe, sorry, look, I'm on a vape like it's a life support, mate. I'm just trying to stay awake. But I do vape a lot, I do. But it's no nicotine or nothing in there. It's just literally flavoured out. So I was saying that you'll be lucky to get in any next generation because it's the next generation going to be like, oh yeah, my dad was a West Ham fan. Oh yeah, my uncle was a West Ham fan. They'll have look at him. He's just give me look. His fucking dog just come up to give me the ball. Wants to play catch. So we at and you're going to get a lot of people say that because they're not going to be interested in the football that we do. Not going to be interested in the football that is on offer because it's just shit. It's just going to be shit. If you want to stay awake, don't watch us play football today. I don't think I'm gonna. I think that when Nick gets back at 12 o'clock, I think that's going to be me done. I think. And I'm going to go. I've got a lot to do here as well. So I think that's going to be me done. Right, people, what we're going to do, or maybe you don't want to. If you don't want to, but then, you know, we've got to try and think of a way to do this. And we'll do another quiz. So again, if you've got a pen and paper, Andy, get on it. Write it down to keep your scores up. If not, then, I mean, we're going to go through them again anyway. But we'll get it. If you can help, don't write your answers in the comments for other people to see if you can help it. If you do, people don't look at the chat if you don't want no answers because people do fucking tend to do that all the time. But no, answers in the comments, not dads, if you don't mind. Just so other people can just play along and they get to know their own answers and that. But then at the same time, if people don't want to know the answers, don't look at the chat that's going to be going on because they very well get that. Amos Mikey, are you here? Because you missed the start of the chat start of the quiz last time. But if you ain't here, there's no point in me waiting because I can't see you. Everyone else is playing for second one. I'm about. Look at the confidence in Jody Hammer. Right. Here we go. So the first 9 questions are all movies, apparently. And the first question in it, like I said, you've got a pen and paper, write them down, get them done. So the first question number 1. In which film does Leonardo DiCaprio play a con artist named Frank Abagnale Jr.? I'll repeat. Some pronunciations, that you probably know, are not going to be great. In which film does Leonardo DiCaprio play a con artist named Frank Abagnale Jr.? Right? Oh, I'm glad you think it's easy. Well, I hope it gets fucking harder. This is medium questions, though, by the way. No one wants to feel like a dumb bastard, do they? Number 2. Which 1994 film features the quote, "Life is like a box of chocolates"? Number 2. Which 1990 film features the quote, "Life is like a box of chocolate. We like it hard"? Do you know what? What I've done, I used to when I do my own quiz, sometimes when people moan they were too hard. All right, okay. Again, this is if you're going to know them, you're going to know them. Question number 3. Who directed the 2023 film Oppenheimer? Yeah, that's it. I'll say Graham Potter for everything. Number 3. Who directed the 2023 film Oppenheimer? Yeah, again, if you know it, you know it. Oh, Ibrahim's got is that a take you ain't got that third one? Hello, Teddy boy. You're right, mate. Right, number 4. And I think this was on earlier's quiz, but I can't help that what was on there. Which British actor played Gandalf in the Lord of the Rings trilogy? I think that was on earlier quiz, I think. But some of you might not have been on that quiz. So there. Ooh. Yeah. This one's a 50-50. So, sorry, now question 4. Which British actor played Gandalf in the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Question 5. This is a 50-50. Maybe, actually. In The Matrix, what colour pill does Neo take? Ooh. Now, question number 5. In The Matrix, what colour pill does Neo take? And just for you know, Neo was played by Keanu Reeves. Why the fuck did I want to say Ricky Gervais? But yeah, played by Keanu Reeves. Number 6. Again, this is going to be, if you know it, you know it. If you don't, it's a pure guess. Which film won Best Picture at the Oscars in 2020? Ooh. Some of you at the Grand or something, or at Stratford, having a drink, playing a quiz. Fucking having a drink. After, mind you, it's a 2:15 kickoff. I'll say it again. Do you know what? I wouldn't say you're that far off. But, right, I will say that one again. Sorry. Number 6. Which film won Best Picture at the Oscars in 2020? And like I said, you're only going to know it if you know it. You ain't going to fucking guess it. So don't be Googling it, you dirty bastards. Ooh. Number 7. What is the name of the fictional African country in the film Black Panther? That's a good and that's an easy one. I am tired, Kingy. I am. But, you know, you soldier through it. Like I said, I think when he gets back at 12, I'm off ski. That's me done. I'm going to bed. Then I've got to do shitloads after when I wake up. But we'll see. Number 8. No, number 7. Again, what is the name of the fictional African country in the movie Black Panther? Whitechapel it is. Fuck me, this quiz is all coming up. Joe, go on, Joe. Just because you're at work though, right? So you got your phone here and you're on your laptop. Don't be googling bollocks and getting on there. Because I said you only be cheating yourself. Number 8. Now listen to this one carefully. I might just be tired and not really taking this one in this much, right? But listen to this. Number 8. Which actor has portrayed both Magneto and a young Professor X in the X-Men films? So, but I'm just reading and I'm looking at the answer. So, what actors, I'm going to reword this a little bit. So, what actors starred as Magneto and a young Professor X in the X-Men films? Okay. I don't have a laptop. It's all right, Joe. I'm only joking with you, mate. You do what you got to do. So, what actors portrayed a young Magneto and a young Professor X in the X-Men films? That's what it's more likely. Oh, Dad's had jobs. He's on it, mate. He is on it. Go on, right. Save Our Club or Save Our Game Show? Mate. Save Our Club. Save the Cockneys. But let's have fun while we do it. So I'll say that again. Which actors portrayed both a young Magneto and a young Professor X in the X-Men films? Question 9. Last one for the movies section. Which 2017 horror film is set in the fictional town of Derry, Maine? Yeah, I like that question. That's a good question, that is a good question. Again, it's probably all these are just, if you know it, you know, it's not really no guessing, but maybe you could guess this one. I'll say it again. Which 2017 horror film is set in the fictional town of Derry, Maine? Ooh. I could give you a clue. Does anyone want a clue on that? Just say, yeah, you want a clue. If you want a clue, I'll give you one. But, oh, you dirty bastard, Joe. You dirty bastard. Right. No, you're not getting no fucking, you're not getting no figgy there. Hello, frog. Right, next lot of questions. So this is question 10, and this is now UK TV. Fucking hell, we had this one last night as well. Oh no, we didn't have this one. What's the name of the pub in EastEnders? Good at my pub. I mean, that's easy, that one. Number 10. What is the name of the pub in EastEnders? Ooh. Don't need to repeat that one for a third time, do I? Number 11. Number 11. Kingy, that's the only answer you've given. Is that the only fucking one you've got? Shocking. 11. Which quiz show is hosted by Bradley Walsh? Yeah, another easy one. I think these are all easy, these ones. But I did ask for medium difficulty. Oh, no, there is one bit difficult in there. Which quiz show is hosted by Bradley Walsh? And that, my friend, is question 11. Question 12. Who played David Brent in The Office? UK. I'll repeat, number 12. Who played David Brent in The Office? UK. That's a good one. I mean, it was better than the American version, but I actually did enjoy the American version. Once you get past the two first series of the American version, because they just copy everything in the UK version, obviously, but then it just becomes its own thing after that, and it's quite good. This one, I wouldn't know this one. 13. What is the name of the tan in the movie Hot Fuzz? Oh, you know, boy. Don't leave me alone this morning. It's shit. Big Phil just says it is. Fucking hell, Big Phil. It's not shit, mate. It ain't. Once you get past the first two series, actually a really good series. So what is the name of the tan in Hot Fuzz? What is the name of the tan in the movie Hot Fuzz? Number 14. This is bullshit. Because we had this last night as well. But I'm just going to... I can't think of one. My brain ain't like acting that fast. I think it's something different. So number 14. Which long-running sci-fi show features a character known as the Doctor? I'll repeat that because I'm only going to say it one more time because this is shit. Which long-running sci-fi show features a character known as the Doctor? There we go. Number 15. Question 15. Again, UK TV. Which detective drama features characters... I've just seen the answer. Which detective drama features characters called Morse and Lewis? I shall repeat that. Which detective drama features characters called Morse and Lewis? I shall give you a clue. Starsky and Hutch. Question 16. Which comedian presents Taskmaster alongside Alex Horne? Do you know what? I never used to like Taskmaster. Not that I never used to like it. I didn't. Let's give you the answer then. I didn't like the presenter. But then one of my cousins was like, no, you've got to watch it. You've got to go on it. It's funny. I loved it. I love it now. I love it. I'll say that again. Which comedian presents Taskmaster alongside Alex Horne? Question 17, and the last one for UK TV questions. In which show would you hear the phrase... Do I do an accent for this? I'll just do my own. Winter is coming. In which show would you hear the phrase, winter is coming? Yeah. Says here. Oh, no, I'm not going to say what it says there in brackets. But, again, number 17, last of the TV ones. In which show would you hear the phrase, winter is coming? You cunt. Winter is coming, you cunt. Get your go. It's fucking cold. And the last 8 questions. This is all on music now. Here we go. Fuck, I think people dropped out over my quiz. So the question 18. Which British band released the album A Rush of Blood to the Head in 2002? I genuinely wouldn't have known this. I wouldn't have known this. I wouldn't have done. But again, if you got the album, you listen to it, you'd know it. I haven't. Number 18. Which British band released the album A Rush of Blood to the Head in 2002? I wouldn't know this one either. Go on, I like these ones when I don't know them. Question 19. What is Adele's surname? Ooh. I'll say that again. Question 19. What is Adele's surname? Again, I wouldn't have known that. Just know it was Adele. That's what we know. It's when you're mates with someone, so you go on, don't you? Say again, please. Right, Joe. I'll say that one for another time. 19. What is Adele's surname? And question 20. Which British girl group had a hit single with Shout Out to My Ex? And it's so sad that I wanted to sing that. It's so bad that I wanted to sing that because it's not my sort of music. But number 20, which British girl group had a hit with Shout Out to My Ex? Chaz and Dave, that's right. I don't know if anyone said that. No one did. It said Chad, sorry. Question 21. I know it because I'm a fan anyway, but which band was Liam Gallagher? I can't say his last name. In After Oasis. So which band was Liam Gallagher in After Oasis? Gallagher brothers. Which band was Liam Gallagher in After Oasis? Ooh. That was question 21. Which band was Liam Gallagher in After Oasis? I would have had a guess on this one, and I would have got it right, but I wouldn't know it. 22. Which singer's real name is Stefani Joanne Angelina Gamanota? Yes. Which singer's real name is Stefani Joanne Angelina Gamanota? Yeah. Oh, shit. Michael, you're fucking giving the answers out, you bastard. I'll say it again for one last time. Question 22. Which singer's real name is Stefani Joanne Angelina Gamanota? All right. Question 23. What was Elton John's first UK #1 single? Ooh. All I'll say is probably not the one you're thinking. But then again, I don't know what you're thinking, so it might be that one. Question 23. What was Elton John's first UK #1 single? Question 24. Who headlined Glastonbury Festival in 2023 alongside Arctic Monkeys and Elton John? Again, that's another one. You're only going to know that if you actually know it. It's not really a guess, that one. Or maybe, fuck it. If you don't know it, have a guess. Fuck it. Could be who you think it is. Might not be. Who headlined, number 24, who headlined Glastonbury Festival in 2023 alongside Arctic Monkeys and Elton John? That'd be a good one. George Formby. Yeah. And the last question of this quiz before we go over the answers. Question 25 and final. What 2020 song by The Weeknd became a TikTok sensation and featured in the Super Bowl halftime show? So that must have been in 2020 halftime show. So I'll say it again. What 2020 song by The Weeknd became... Right, you know, like the artist, The Weeknd. Yeah, not saying like fucking on The Weeknd. What 2020 song by The Weeknd became a TikTok sensation and featured in the Super Bowl halftime show? Yeah. What the fuck you on about? Big Phil, you old cunt. Fucking hell, Big Phil. Right, so that's that lot. So Sigrid Fectors, they got 21 out of 25. Well, let's see. Let's go over it. Right, now this real answers only. So the first one, in which film does Leonardo DiCaprio play a con artist named Frank Abagnale Jr.? Anyone know that one? I'm just going to wait until see who comes up with it. Cole, well done. Well done, Cole. It was Catch Me If You Can. And Jodie Hammer got it as well. If any of you's got that without fucking cheating, well done. Good on yous. You're having it. Now You See Me. You can't have that. You can't. Now You See Me was a totally different film. You can't have that, even if you mean Catch Me That. No. Now only real answers in this one. Thank you very much. Because now these are the things. Number 2. Which 1994 film features the quote, "Life is like a box of chocolates"? Even people ain't seen that film, which not very few haven't, but you'd get this one, surely. You all right, Trodge? How's it going, mate? Play along with this. Forrest Gump. Yes, Cole. Cole's smashing this now. Jodie Hammer's got the 2. Thomas, nice one. Michael, Trodge, Forrest. Michael, Forrest Gump, yeah. Got that wrong for fuck's sake. I know you did, yeah. Oh, you got the Forrest Gump one wrong. Whoa! Joe's already his one. Already matched his score from yesterday. Oh, Leon, can't believe you got that wrong, mate. Number 3. Who directed the 2023 film Oppenheimer? This one where you got you struggled, Sigrid, wasn't it? Thanks, Phil. Yeah. Do you know? Oh, you did get it right. Christopher Nolan, yeah. You Nolan. Kevin Nolan. Nah, you're thinking of Ridley Scott there, aren't you? I reckon. Not that one. Yeah. No, yeah, it was Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan now done that one. Right, we had this one yesterday. No, we did. We're sure we had this one yesterday. Which British actor played Gandalf in the Lord of the Rings trilogy? That's because you was giving it all the fucking biggin in the first 10, Joe. You was having it. Which British actor played Gandalf in the Lord? Yeah, Ian McKellen. We had that. We had that yesterday. We had that last night. Sure, we did. You might have that one in there. Oh, Big Phil. Don't. You look in the mirror when you say that. Ian McKellen. It was Ian McKellen. Right. In the Matrix, what colour pill? This is question 5, by the way. In the Matrix, which colour pill does Neo take? What colour pill does Neo take? Jodie Hammer. Red. It was red. He took a red pill. He took some red pills, he did. Purple art. Blue. Yeah, it's like it was 50-50. It was a 50. He was having a fucking nightmare at the moment. Dubs took the machinos, didn't he? Took the machinos, he did. Right, now this one again, it's going to be, if you know it. If not, it's a pure guess, and I don't know if you'd ever guess this just off the top of your head. But number 6, which... Oh, fuck this. Fuck this, having a nightmare. Which film won Best Picture at the Oscars in 2020? Who won that in 2020? Yeah, it was a Mitsubishi, wasn't it? I said Machino. Actually, they did have Machinos, though. Yeah, it's an hard one, this. It is hard. Oh, fucking hell. Joe, and Leon, how the fuck have you pulled that out of the bag, mate? You didn't even get the fucking red pill one right. How have you done that? Parasite out the bag. Mental. But yeah, it was Parasite, people. That was Parasite. Question 7. What is the name of the fictional African country in the movie Black Panther? Ooh. Is that what it is, Joe? Is that what it is? Is it? Was a good movie. I've not even seen Parasite. Is it actually? Ain't that the Chinese one? Ain't the Chinese one? Sorry, yeah, Wakanda. Sorry, Joe got it right. I think, why are you saying all Wakanda in the thing? But yeah, Leon's got it. Mike R's got it. Wakanda. Go on, mate. They're all having it. And let's see if anyone got this one. Yes, a weird, all right. Yeah, I'm sure that is a Chinese one, isn't it? I should watch it because everyone does say it's good. Number 8. So, which actors played both Magneto, a young Magneto, and a young Professor X in X-Men films? And it is a point for each. It's a point for each. No one know this one. I'm going to give you a chance to re-say that, Cole. Yeah, you said it. It was James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender. Yeah, it was them. I'm glad you've done that. Yeah. So it is a point for each if you bother writing them down or whatever. And then the 9th one and the last one in the movies section was which 2017 horror film is set in the fictional town of Derry, Maine? Yeah. Great. Well, I liked it. There was a mini series that to me was always a film. But that's right, Joe. That's right. But I thought that the TV series / film was always better. Played by Tim Curry. What a fucking actor that was to play that. Well, they just says, it doesn't matter. You got it right, Joe. Fucking hell. You're on it. A lot of Stephen King movies there. Was it? I thought it was just the one there. Right, going into question 10, which now leads us on to UK TV. Everyone should have got this. What's the name of the pub in EastEnders called? Come on. Go on the lower one. Everyone's got this one. If you don't, like I said yesterday, you need chucking out. What is the name of the pub in EastEnders? The Queen Vic. There you go. Nice one, Michael. That was obviously the Queen Vic. Cole's saying a bit more professional. Queen Victoria. Joe's just Vicky. Always got her legs open. Lovely. Which quiz? Question 11. Which quiz show is hosted by Bradley Walsh? Fuck me. Pat. Get out my pub. The Chase. Chasers. I'll give you that though. Well, he's fucking thingy. Let it go now. Go on, Ed. Tell mate. Lovely. Thanks, brother. Nice one. It's a puppy. Yeah, Chase. Number 12. Who played David Brent in The Office UK? Fanny Schmeller. Where was that out of? What What was that Fanny Schmeller out of? Is that an Austin Powers thing? I can't remember. Was indeed Ricky Gervais. Well done, Joe. Well, Joe, you're having it today, mate, aren't you? You fucking right at it. You must have had a good sleep last night. You're on it. You're either on it or you're on fucking Google. Sullivan. First thing you said, proper red. Go on, son. Sullivan. What is the name? So I'll be interested to see if anyone got this one. I love the film, but I couldn't have told you. What is the name of the tan in the movie Hot Fuzz? They're answering you. But at least it gives them fucking Saturday a little bit of a go as well, doesn't it? So I say that again. No, Leon. No. Why are people saying this? Peter. Well done, son. He's got it. He's on it. He's from London. Well, I'm going to assume that you meant that M to be an N. It's Sanford. Boulder Cats. It's Sanford. So, yes. Number 14. Yeah, Sanford. See, Leon. It was, yeah. I wouldn't have got that. I love it, but I wouldn't have got it. 14. Which long-running sci-fi show features a character known as the Doctor? Fucking drop me out of that one. That's easy, that one, isn't it? Even if you don't know. Yeah, Doctor Who. We had that yesterday. That was in there yesterday, but it didn't matter even if it was or it wasn't. It was fucking piece of piss, that. So let's move on to number 15. Which detective drama features characters called Morse and Lewis? Fair enough, Michael. I don't blame you, mate. You can refuse to answer that because it was fucking ridiculous. And I think this one's a bit ridiculous as well. Oh, I know you want to give all wrong answers, but you're not looking. Come on now, it must be there. Ray, you give me a bit of fucking hope here, mate. Inspector Morse, it was. It was Inspector Morse. I mean, the clues in there, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Morse and Lewis. He got his own spin-off show called Lewis, though, didn't he? Old Lewis. Didn't even have a guess on Inspector Morse, Joe. And you had workers around you as well. Shocking. You all need fucking looking at yourselves. You never heard of Inspector Morse? Leave off. It's a fucking national treasure. Right, number 16. Which comedian presents Taskmaster alongside Alex Horn? Like I said, I wasn't really a fan of it at first because I didn't like this presenter. But then I think it was fucking brilliant. No, mate. Gary, you know it was Inspector Morse. Don't give me all that. So both are right. No, because I don't think Morse was in Lewis. Morse wasn't in Lewis, but Lewis was in Inspector Morse. Yes, it was Greg Davis. It was Greg Davis. Well done, chaps. It was Greg Davis. Yeah, I never liked Greg Davis. Didn't like him. And like not even in In-Betweeners and that. Didn't like him. But yeah, I agree with you now. I do agree with you. I knew you meant, Joe, don't worry about it, mate. Yeah, I knew you meant. Get typos, and I fucking do typos in here all the time. But yeah, he is. I like never mind the Buzzcocks. I've always liked that anyway, but he's actually quite good at presenting that. Question 17. In which show would you hear the phrase "Winter is coming"? You cunt. Obviously I've added the last bit to it, but which show would you hear the phrase "Winter is coming"? Where would you hear that? On what show would that be? Game of Thrones, it was indeed. Well done, chaps. The ones who are taking it fucking sensible. Was it the Starks that said that? You are a big typo. Why don't you fuck off now, Big Phil? I tell you what, I'll tell you, lucky Amanda ain't here. She'll fucking spatter you. I know she ain't got a spatter, is she? Who's a strange one? Oh, Greg Davies. You're talking about? I don't know. He says here as well, yes, the Game of Thrones, though not a UK production, it is often included due to the British cast and popularity in the UK. Oh, well, there you go. Just quickly, West Ham's under 14s will play Stoke under 14s in the club NXT Cup final. They topped their group and beat Club NXT 2-1 this morning in the semi-finals. Go on, son. Come on, you ones. I drink and don't know stuff. Where do we go? Where do we hold on that one? Oh, right. Okay. Number 18. And this is now the music bit. 18. Which British band released the album A Rush of Blood to the Head in 2002? I wouldn't know this. Because I don't listen to them. But I'll say it again. Which British band? Yeah, you don't need me to answer that no more. Look at that. Coldplay. Gary is pissed and stupid. That's his fucking life. Good gal. He didn't there. Don't know. I wouldn't know that. Oh, so you just Google knows it. Yeah, Google knows every fucking thing. So you can't have that then, Joe, because you just Googled. You just seen that in the chat. All right, whatever. Did anyone get this one? Does anyone know this one? What is Adele's surname? Is that taking a piss? Is he taking a piss? You never know with... I think I got a feeling Mikey would... No, he hates them. He hates them, doesn't he? He can't like them. No. Oh, Leon! Bash that out the fucking park. There you go. Atkins. It was Atkins. Adele Atkins. Yeah. Adele computer. Fucking hell. Fuck no. Fucking hell, Big Phil. Fuck no. Simon's got it right as well, Atkins. Yeah. Adele's good, though. Adele is fucking good. But I wouldn't know her surname. Question 20. Adele, you left me, but I'm not going to go on about it. Bill Bailey. Bill Bailey's great, isn't he? Which British girl band had a hit with Shout Out to My Ex? See you later, Darren. Have a good one, mate. Have a good one, son. Joe, it was. It's so hard to not sing that bit. Shout out to my ex. Maybe I shouldn't sing that bit. Yeah, well done, Cole, Michael, Zanussi, Leon, all having it. Right, 21. Which band was Liam Gallagher in after Oasis? Why can't I say the name? Gallagher, there you go. I keep putting an N in it. Which band was Liam Gallagher in after Oasis? Anyone got that? I don't, yeah. Need sleep, done worse than yesterday, did you? Yesterday? I need sleep. I need fucking sleep. No, I think that's his band now, isn't it? No, it was BDI. It was BDI. It wasn't BDI Ball, but it was a BDI. Yes, it was. Yes. Yes, BDI. He went into, I can't remember now, but something after that, didn't he? But that was a band he went into after Oasis, was what it was. Question 22. We did actually have this said. Which singer's real name is Stefani Joanne Angelina Gamanota? Oh, nice one, Steve. Nice one, brother. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about it. You can't please everyone. There's a big divide in there, but it is what it is. Who cares? At the end of the day, to be fair to you, we're trying to make a stand. We're trying to make change. It's them kind of fans that are saying that are just happy to go along with the boars. So whatever. No, it wasn't Gwen Stefani. It was, well, it's Lady Gaga, but I knew exactly what you mean. So it wasn't Last Gaga, but it was Lady Gaga. But a lot of people said Stefani, and I reckon you said that because of the name Stefani Joanne, didn't you? So you've gone Gwen Stefani. But no, it was Lady Gaga. That's her name. Lady Gaga. Question 23. I only knew that someone answered in chat when you asked. Yeah, I see that as well. Someone did answer that, Joe. But at least you're fucking honest. Don't worry about it. I only joke with you. I like to say about the thing. You're not winning the prize for it, so it don't matter. What was Elton John's first UK #1 single? Does anyone know that? Again, it's not something I would have guessed. I wouldn't have guessed this one. Fucking Ray of Hope gets it out the fucking bag. Go on now. Don't worry, Michael. It's all right. I don't care about stuff like that. Fuck it. No, it was Don't Go Breaking My Heart. Also, it was a duet with Kiki D. But yeah, it's not one I would have guessed that. I thought it was Rocket Man. I probably would have gone for something like Pinball Wizard or Crocodile Rock myself. I would have thought so. But yeah. I'll tell you what, Big Phil. You're fucking winding me up, you fucking cunt. I didn't count that as Kiki D was in it too. It wouldn't matter, would it, if she's in it or not? Right, question 24. Who headlined Glastonbury Festival in 2023 alongside Arctic Monkeys and Elton John? Does anyone know that one? Who headlined Glastonbury Festival in 2023 alongside Arctic Monkeys and Elton John? What a fucking lineup that is. No, mate. No, the members don't have their own chat. Everything is in here. We've also got our own app for members. But as for YouTube, no, it's not their own chat. No. Hold on. I just see that thing. Where did I see it? Joe. Yeah, man. Go on, son. It was Guns N' Roses. Stormzy, no. Don't know. No, it was Guns N' Roses. What's line up there? Arctic Monkeys, Guns N' Roses, and Elton John. That'd have been a good fucking thing, that is. And last but not least, well, actually, it is the least. In question 25, what 2020 song by The Weeknd became a TikTok sensation and featured in the Super Bowl halftime show? Anyone know that one? Go on, Wayne. Nice one, brother. Let's get it. Check if you ain't done already. Just check your email to confirm it. Michael's had it. It was Blinding Lights. It was, and that was from the artist The Weeknd. Well done, Chris, to you as well, mate. Well, so if anyone did write it down, how many did you get right out of 25? What did you get right out of 25? What's that say? Yeah. So how many did you get out of 25? If you did end up writing it down. If you didn't, well done. Brave Hope got. I believe it as well. I think I only see there. Go on, MJ. I know you are, but I'm not going to say who you are. But well done. Well done. Michael had no idea. Big Phil. You wouldn't. You're thick as shit. You wouldn't get any. Double, yes. For the you get a point each for the James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender one. Yes, you do. I've got about 8 of the last 15. Well done. I don't watch telly or listen to girly bands, so was a non-starter. Gary, you old bastard, you would have got any anyway. What do you mean shit? Because he's only 22. That's fucking 22 out of 25. Are you kidding me? You won it. You win nothing, but you know, people are old and Carl reckons he only got 3 wrong, which would make it a draw of 22. He's done well there. Joel's had it. He's had it off. Joe, sorry. Last one, gal. 25. 17 to start. Okay, middle. Not great ending. Fair enough. Red 5 got 7. Surprised you got that. Oh, go on, Thomas. That's what we're on there. Oh, mate, all right then, mate. Well, I didn't want to do it anyway, just in case, you know what I mean? But, no, because he didn't. He started that, didn't he? But nice one. Aldi orange juice cures all sorts of issues. Do you know what, right? I had 22 on last night's quiz. So he said, oh, yeah, that's all right, though, Leon, isn't it? More awake of that one. Joe, yeah, you did have about 3 yesterday, didn't you? But you just said you had a lot of help from your workers, your work colleagues. Nick said to me yesterday, do you think I'm going to win? Do you think I'm losing my voice? And I said, no. Nah. And I said to him yesterday, I've only ever lost my voice once from shouting that. But my voice is, I can feel it really fucking, you know, you feel like you're getting a cold. I'm not getting a cold, but I'm saying my voice is going a little bit there. Not as good as yesterday. What, the quiz or yourself there? Yeah, look, that's not my... When I do my own quiz, right, I try to make it fair to put some new stuff, some old stuff, some sort of middle of the road stuff. It was the best quiz, yeah. So I had it. Yeah, I try to do a bit of middle of the road stuff, but obviously I'm not. That was just Chat GPT. But they're not bad, though. They're not bad for a little sort of time goers and that. And if you do like the quiz... I do like a quiz. I like playing them more than I like hosting them, to be honest with you, because I like it. But it's all right, that was. Off to look at sofas. Wish me luck. Be back later. Thanks, brother. Nice one. Go on, have a good one. Cheers, Melch. Thank you very much, brother. Was good for people under 30. You old boy. You old bastard. Yeah. New Balance. New Balance. Well, that's not going to be our sponsor, isn't it, Leon? That's going to be our sponsor, mate. Maddie, what's the sum of your favourite chant songs over the years? My favourite all-time West Ham song, right, or West Ham chant is, I can't sing, we're not allowed to no more, but we'll be walking around Tottenham without Willies hanging out. I don't know why I've said a lot worse than Willies. I loved it. I just loved it. Stick the blue flag up your ass. I love that thing. Obviously, you've got the bubbles, but I love that feel of like, you know, stick the blue flag up. You like that about it. Love it. Well, what's yours, Maddie? You got some of there? The whole vibe of it. What a player. Payet song was unreal. Yeah, that's good. What movie is a line from I'd buy that for $1? Ibrahim, that's annoyed me. I'd buy that for $1. What is that Arnold Schwarzenegger in? That one. I'd buy that for $1. Wasn't it The Running Man? Oh, RoboCop. Oh, wait, he already answered it, so I didn't even look. Nice one. I remember it was something like that, like Running Man, like the futuristic-y kind of thing. Yeah, well done. Ludo song. Yeah, that's always a classic. East London. East London. I'm going to look back because I didn't know if Maddie got the chance to answer and I've missed it. No, Maddie's not answered yet. But Maddie, yeah, what's your one? I do like them ones that makes you go, good, John. The Arthur 6. Oh, yeah, Arthur, the Arthur Masiwaku, King Arthur was really good. You're going home in a Cockney ambulance. I can't imagine you singing that, Melks. Mad, isn't it? David Moyes, Twisted Bollocks. I'll tell you what my favourite kit, right, of all time is. Do you remember the it was the Adidas one, but the newer version of who had it on? Alex Song era. Alex Song? Yeah. When he I want to try and get that up, that one. So let's try and see what kit that was. You're probably going to tell me before I can look at that. All right, hold on. Well, anyway, it was that one. It was that kit. Loved it. The Betway bit fucking pisses me off. So it would have been better without the sponsor on that. Because it's a big fucking white sticker. But I loved that kit. I really did. I don't know why. I think there's probably even better kits out there, but I loved that. I fucking loved it. 1981. Yeah, that's a lot of people's favourite days. JB, so go on, mate. He's having it. He's out there in my bayer. I lived out there for a while. Maddie's ironing. I need to do my ironing. That's one thing I've got to do. I've got to iron my uniform. I know. I'm a big fan of the BFG one at the moment. See, new age, yeah. I don't know what it is. I just love the I think it's because it's against Spurs and it's always better. Chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang. I love the first Fila home kit, yeah. Of course I do. Of course I fucking army uniform. I'm not married or nothing, am I? So I'll do that. But then plus I'm a bit particular with shit like that. So I could get me bird to do it, but I'm thingy. What, to iron my uniform? Don't tell me you don't iron a fucking uniform. You just go like a scruffy bastard. No, mate. I can't be doing that. I can't be doing scruffiness. Mickey, I done a video on New Balance mock-ups based on retro kits. My favourite. Did ya? I'm gonna have to look at that. Well, I'm gonna look at that one, mate. Your favourite is the Pony 97. No sponsors, like Dr. Martens. 97. Wasn't that also the cream one as well? I'll get me dates mixed up. 97. What's that kit? He's brought a couple up here. So the non. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Do you know what I'm not keen on? I'm not keen on the bagginess. And they was all baggy back then, weren't they? Like just had a kit fitted. So don't get wrong, I'm not a fan of like skin tight painted on either. But I do like fitted. And yeah, I just love that one. Do you know your turn? Do you know how to turn on? Yeah, you give him a little whistle, don't you? You set me up for that, you fuck. Do you know what I mean? We're going to get cancelled now. Mine's the 70s. Predictions today. Oh, you don't have predictions, big film. Got a... I ain't got a tumble dryer. So I've air dry out on the... not air dry, but, you know, put it on the line and all that gear in my garden. I ain't got a tumble dryer. So, yeah, that's why. That's what, but I can't do creases. I really fucking can't. It annoys me. Even annoys me when I've ironed it and then you sit in a car and it creases up there. Nothing I can do about that, but it fucking winds me up. But yeah, at least the thing's here. Best hope nobody's barbecuing. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, well, I love the smell of it. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. That big Phil's gone 3-1. This season's home shirt is beautiful, apart from the collar. Yeah, you're not wrong, Alex. It is a good shirt this season. I liked it. I said I was going to get it, but I don't get West Ham shirts. Plus, I don't really want to buy at them prices and to them. So I tend to get it from Turkey or like, the sites on there. Or when I say Turkey, when people usually go away. Unpolished shoes. Do you know what though, Joe? You know what annoys me? Scuffed trainers. My trainers have got to be on point. Like they've got to be. I don't know, like they can't be scuffed in it. Otherwise, I won't wear them. I go with so many pair of trainers and that. It's mental. And if they're not cheap, don't get it wrong. They get a little bit dirty. That's fine. But no, they've got to be more clean than dirty without a doubt. Can't be doing it. Buy stay press. You could, but look. All it is just for the moment. It's just t-shirts and my. It's like listening to a fucking Gucci ad. What the fuck do you know about Gucci, gal? You know fuck all about Gucci. Do you know what I mean? You're Primani all day long. I like the shirt, just that base. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this the other day as well. Oh, on here. So I keep saying the other day, but he was in here. And that badge, why the fuck they took away the castle? Horrible. I know it was on earlier, wasn't it? With that old video with Simon in it. With Simon, with Nigel. Fuck me, I'm getting really tired now. I'm really fucking struggling. Last minute Creswell penalty. Do you know what though? You know what I'd rather, Colin? Last minute Creswell free kick. But they'll probably give it to someone like James Ward-Prowse who do fuck all with it. He's scored now. So anyone with a brain knows that West Ham is in London. Yeah, but we all know why they sold that. They done that shirt, didn't they? Ghost Rider. It's because when they're selling it out into like different countries and people don't know who really West Ham is, they've got London on it. So you go, oh, the London team. You sound like you're from London. I have you know, bought a Gucci before taking the market. No fucking what? That's how he's spelt as well, isn't it? Gucci. Yeah, that's it. So, look, you was thinking what? So he's not scored before, Mouse and Big Phil, right? And you reckon he's going to score his first goal, mate? Put yourself. If you think that, I'm not advocating betting or gambling, shall I say? But if you believe that, put fire on that. Bring him up for a penalty. Oh, he don't deserve it in my eyes. He doesn't. So even if he did score one, he got called offside. He's still not scored a goal for us then. David Moyes twisty bollocks. He's still not scored a goal for us. Officially. But let's see. I like it how well people think that we're going to win today. I'm so sorry. Joe, is that true? Yeah. Do you love JWP? I don't. I mean, not as a person. When I talk about people don't like, is that like West Ham players, and I'm talking to him as a person. I'm talking to him as a player. I think he fucking offers nothing. I think he's actually shit. Yeah, that's fine, mate. It's fine. People love I love Suchek as a person. As a player, no. I don't think he's an hindrance, and I genuinely think JWP is a fucking hindrance as well. I went Chicago Bears with a Hammers hat on. Geezer on the burger van shouts to me, Green Street hooligan. Yeah, that's how they know us, though, isn't it? That's how they fucking know us. That they wouldn't have said that if you talked to them, no, Big Phil. They would have called you a pussy boy. You a pussy boy. Yeehaw. Fucking Brokeback Mountain. Can't. I think it would be a Desmond. 2-2, Leon's going. 2-2. But look, listen, it's an unpopular opinion, but it's an opinion, mate. You're allowed to like someone else who ain't. Like I said to you, I'm not a fan of fucking JWP. Got that? Yeah, everyone's saying that, Paul, about watch Fab's interview earlier. Very tearful. So that's that's three of them now, isn't it? It's all like the three of them. Shut up, I'm a geezer. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fucking hell. So what? Because of the stats and that, but I'm not a fucking stats man. I see stats with my eyes, to be fair to you. So I'm not all on that. I just don't think this. You're a big geezer, Phil. Leave him. Did you get to go fucking camping with him, did you? The Brokeback Mountain, boys. Yeah, let's have it. Enlightened fan there. Lemon squeezer. Yeah. No, the teletext fans though, yeah, Joe, is what we're saying is that it's just all about the result rather than the game. So that's what he meant by it. Like, you probably know this anyway, but just for any people who don't know, that's what it's meant. Is that you don't watch the game or like you don't even care how we play. It's all about the result. And I get that people are like that, but it's never been for me, and it's not for Nick or a lot of our viewers and subscribers. It's all about entertainment. And that's what you obviously not get. So people do love to win. Who don't like to win? But there's ways of doing it as well. And it's just not for me the way that he's this fucking thing. No. So that's it. I'm glad to explain it. No, that's what it means is that it's not really looking at, not really fussed about the entertainment wise of things. You're just more bothered about the result. You know, a lot of managers have got that mentality as well. Like Moyes used to say it. Well, back when we used to like be on his case about boring football, well, they won't care when the results are coming in. But that's not the type of fan that I am. It's not the type of fan that Nick is and other people. Can't speak on other people. We just done that. And yeah, that's what it means. That they'd rather the result, or they just result means everything to them, nothing else. But it doesn't to me, which is really weird though for a West Ham fan. Really weird for a West Ham fan about results meaning everything, because we're not glory hunter fans. We never brought up on that side of things. We was all about the entertainment for us. Go on, Joe. Go on lunch break with all my hard work going on. So hold on. You're having a lunch break from this stream. So this stream has been your work and the quiz, and now you're on a lunch break from it. So you'll get back after your fucking lunch. Wow. Mate, Phil, if this come in, do you imagine the odds on a hat trick has got to be fucking mental? I bet it goes to 500 to 1, and you can't get more like higher than that. No, I'll get that, Leon. And look, and it's great work from the analytic lads. Great work. I know they are, but I'm not. It's someone like Gio loves all that as well. I'm not. So I'll see it with my eyes, if you like. And you could give me the stats all day long. It's like that new geezer that we're looking at and linked with, that defensive midfielder from Denmark or whatever. And all his stats and everything look the bollocks. Like, he looks so good. But who else? Like, there's loads of stats. Who's that one that we got, Nordville or something? When we got him on a free. Even Rodriguez, to a certain point, their stats look the bollocks. But in reality, or when you're looking at it, it don't come across that way. So, yeah, I'll look with my eyes. I want to be entertained. So I'm not really fussed. But I'm the old school, I'm more the old school supporter It's not a dig at anyone else, but it is. That's just like the old school mentality of seeing it. I'm not really one for these. Oh, look, he scored. He got 98% passing and all that stuff. It's not a bit of me, that, but good luck to people who do that. Going to be up to 12 players final home game. Anyone else feel fucked 14 hours straight yesterday, 3 hours kit? Yeah. Well, why was you up? Why was you up so doing that? Fucking, if I knew you was up, you could have took over for a couple of hours. Fucking hell. Yeah, Norville. Do you remember? It was him, wasn't it? Do you remember? And then we got him, and then Spurs bought his teammate. And we got him on a free, and we was all sort of buzzing, going, well, look at the stats. Norville, or whatever his name is, was a better player than the one that Spurs bought. I can't remember who they bought in. Do you remember? And it just ended up not working out that way. But all the stats showed that he was a better player. But he was bullshit. He was shit. When's Ham United coming on? Oh, I don't know if they are. I thought they was early hours this morning. I don't think they are. I'll have a look at the schedule. But again, not as all. Like I was meant to be with Luke from 10 to 11, but that's not worked out. So I don't think they are. So the only next people to come on is Bubbles. Remember Bubbles, the man with the flag? He's coming on. Oh, no, yeah. That is Hammers United. Fucking what div? Yeah. Sorry. Hammers United, that is 12. Fucking hell. I think I'll have to drop out for it. But yeah, so that is at 12 o'clock with Bubbles, Nick and myself, but I think I want to drop out, lads and ladettes. I think I want to drop out for it. Then at 1 o'clock is Hammer's chat. I don't know if Gio is also going to do that, or it's going to be just Gonzo, or neither of them. I don't know. And then then I'm down to be back on at 3 for the closure, but I don't know. I think I'll just go back to sleep after. So this might be my last 30 minutes of it, but we'll see. I was going to go today, bottled it. What was you going to go to the West Ham game? Was ya? I mean, I'm glad that the weather's half all right for everyone and that, but so yeah, just to clarify, Bubbles, look, he's got his name in, but and Paul, if you're watching this now, I am so sorry. I genuinely am sorry if I absolutely fuck this name up, but I'm so bad at pronunciations. Paul Colborne. So if I've said that wrong, sorry, mate. It's not meant. I just can't fucking pronunciate anything. But yes, he'll be on from 12 till 1. So, but let's see if Nick should be back soon. But yeah, been a bit of an hard one today, this morning. But thank you again. Thanks, Del, for coming on and just even give me that little 10, 15 minutes. What do you mean come back for the laugh? Oh, I think I'll be asleep, mate. I've got to get, like I said, after I've had a sleep. Custy brother, thanks, mate. Yeah, mate, you're right. How's the petition going? I think we've got up to, how's the pizza, Mickey? What pizza? Oh, do you know what? Didn't end up having it last night. I didn't. I couldn't be bothered to wait. So I had a pot noodle and a bag of fucking like the really hot Doritos that are out now. In a purple bag. Beautiful they are. Beautiful. So I had that, and then I ended up watching and a pack of Revels. I basically had a munch and then watched that film last night. But yeah. Old school Paul, Canadian Adams, good son. Had 90-minute kick done the rest of you's a fucking mate, you's a soldiers. You and Alan and that, all fucking soldiers. Go on, son. The breakfast of kings. I ain't had breakfast yet. So I need to eat something. Can have a kip. I need to get my uniform sorted. I've got to go. All right, before I do anything, I need to pop over to Tesco's to get me work lunch. Yeah, I've got some bits to do, and I'll do it. We have done this today. David Moyes Twisted Bollocks score predictions. A lot of people have gone for a win. I've gone for a loss, 2-0. Again, not pessimistic. It's just what I genuinely think. Thanks, West Ham Bros. Thank you very much. You're not the only one. A lot of people feeling it. Can everyone check your email if you have signed? Yes. Nice one, Alan. Alan, again, why was you up so fucking... Why have you been up so long? Thanks for the support, but fucking mental it. Yeah, that's it. So if you sign a petition, you will get an email come through. If you can get on the email, when you click on that email, it's just to verify your email address and it validate your vote. So then when you click on that, it'll bring you to a donations page. Fuck that off. Don't need to do none of that. And it'll say share. If you can share, lovely. But don't worry too much if you can't. It's just all about, like we do want to encourage to be sharing the thing. But the main thing is to get your vote validated. So verify your email when it comes through and it'll validate your vote and you're on it. Bosh. Right in now. Can you shout out to Sally? Where is my sausage sandwich? Oi, Sally! Where's the fucking sausage sandwich, girl? Get on it. Get that frying pan on the go. Or at the very least, get the Georgie Foreman out. Hello, Ted. It's Ted. He's fucking dog. He's such a cuddly dog. Hey, yeah, boy. Yeah. I know. I'm getting up here. You fucking stink. Mickey, if you could sign one player in each position, being realistic, who would you sign? Okay, yeah, I actually like that. Goalkeeper wise, I'm leaving it. I'm a fan of Areola. I am. I'll actually leave Areola. So I'm going to leave the goalkeeper on the side. Plus, I can't think of anyone at the moment who's realistic enough because I won't sign Ramsdale. Anyway, so that's a fucking hard one, though. Right, so I'm going defence, midfield. So I'm not going to go left back, right back, and all that stuff. So in the defence, that one who we fucking could have and should have got from Wolves. We could have got him Agadoo. Do you know what I mean? I think he's really tightened up their defence and he looks a fucking unit. That's who I would have said. Agadoo, whatever his name is. I'll take him. Again, this is all about realistic, yeah? So I can't go stupid. In midfield, I do think we need... Is Fofana realistic now? He's... James. Look at that. James still smashed from last night. Fucking hell. Is Fofana still realistic? I think we desperately need that defensive midfielder. Someone who's going to play. I love Alvarez. I really do. But, yeah. And there's a striker. I get Wilfred Bonny. I think he's realistic right now. I think Wilfred Bonny is realistic. So that's who I would have. They'd be my three players. Agadoo, Fofana, Wilfred Bonny. But also, I'm not really thinking that straight because I'm a bit tired. Dubravka as a number 2. Dan Burn. Do you know what? Joe Bellingham. Wait, yeah. Who did I say? Who did I say? Did I not say Boniface? Who did I say as a striker? Boney. I meant Boniface. I said Boney, didn't I? I did actually mean Boniface. I did, yeah. Yeah, nice one. Good looking at Keep Me Dream. Come on, leave me alone. I'm fucking getting on fumes here, son. But yeah, I did actually mean Boniface. Keep Me Dream. Honestly. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I mean Boniface. Whitby Body is a striker. He was the old Swansea striker, wasn't he? I'm sure he's on a freak. We could get him. But yeah, but looking at that, yeah, Joe Bellingham. He's a fucking great player in his own right. He gets a lot of stick. A lot of people stick him out because of his brother, and they think he's only getting a chance for his brother. And that's people who ain't watched him. He's a fucking player, mate. He's a player. I think I'd rather him, but I think that we missed the boat on him already. I think that he'll go to a bigger club. I do. That's nice, that though, James, Gentleman Jack. Smoother. You get the Jack Daniels single malt barrel. Beautiful. That's really nice, that as well. That's probably we'll probably get Boniface. We'll probably get him, Boney. But yeah. And who have you gone for? Dan Burn. Newcastle, Dan Burn. I don't think that's realistic. He's a Geordie through and through. Dan Burn. Am I getting these confused again? Fucking hell. But no. But yeah, good shout. Dubravka. No, but then I'm not really worried about a number 2. If we're going to get a new goalkeeper, I think we should get someone who's going to take up. But I like Areola. I really do. Yeah, let everyone know you're going to be there. Drunken Zone. You know what? That's fucking annoying, isn't it? Henko. No, KWP Henko. Or is that not the one you're talking about? You know that left back who was at Bournemouth? We could have got him. We could have genuinely got him, but we decided against it. Or rather, David Moyes decided against it. Because he's a Czech lad, isn't he? And we could have got him. And now they're talking about him going for big money to Liverpool. He could have been going to Liverpool. Yeah, but fuck it. It was Saturday night, James, wasn't it? Saturday night. A player I would sign from each relegated club. Right, so I'd have Liam Delap. That's the only one I can think of for there. I'd have someone just said it in here. Yeah, Bright Phillips as cover. Who am I missing out? Who got relegated or I'm missing out? Southampton got them. Ipswich got them. Why can't I think of the other fucker? Oh, Leicester. Oh. Indeedy. I don't think he's the same player. Yeah, Walker Peters, yeah. Walker Peters. Who have I said now? Fucking hell. Yeah, Leicester, I'd go... if for Leicester, that's it, mate. I'll probably go Indeedy. I used to like him. I don't know if he's the same player anymore. I don't know many of Leicester's things. Leicester, none. Now, you've got to choose one, Josh. You've got to have one. You've got to have one. That's the name of the game. Fernandez. Do you know what? I like Diblin when I've seen him. I've only seen him twice, but I liked him. I don't know enough of the players on here. But you know why? Because it's been such a fucking chore this season to follow West Ham. I'm not really bothered about watching any other games. I'm like, oh, so I've only caught a few games here and there. One of the best games I think it was Ipswich versus Man United. I thought that was a fucking cracker game. Kirkes, yeah. Do you remember him? That we could have got him, but we decided against him because he didn't have the experience or weren't old enough for David Moyes. And he weren't tall enough. Which was fucking mental. Now look at him. No, that's the problem. I don't know. Like, without the lap, I can't think of another Ipswich player. Or actually, I do know that winger, but I can't think of his name. But that young winger lad. But Leicester keeper, yeah, because he's done fucking well, hasn't he, Leslie? He's done well. I was saying about this year, so obviously, like that's it. That's what I'm talking about. Leif Davis, the young lad, isn't he? Quite stocky bloke. Yeah, that's who I was talking about. Yeah, let everyone say that. That's what I was saying. Yeah, but I'd have But if you got the chance out of him or the lap, you're always going to go the lap, ain't you? You can only choose one player from now. You're going to go the lap, crying out. But I was saying, I think he's favourite to go Man United now, Liam Delap, which, I mean, it'd be a good signing for him, but you still expect Man United to get the best of the best, don't you? And they need the best of the best because, because they need the best. So they're not getting that. It's that fair play stuff that's getting in. Think yourself lucky, James. Think he's got a eye on his wire fronts. I don't wear wire. I don't wear pants. Commando. Just let it hang. Hurts me kneecap though. To be fair to you. The goalkeeper situation is, we are bringing someone in from the academy. We are buying a number 2, maybe number 1. I think that they'll look to buy number 1. I don't like the rumour of Ramsdale, but I think he's got legs. I really do. I think that he could. It's a very big possibility for Ramsdale. How about that geezer though? Did he sign for that German team? He's not a keeper. He's not a keeper. Sorry, the Burnley defender. Double-barreled name. He's on a free, isn't he, at the end of the season? Good defender. All right, hold on, people. 2 minutes. I'm going to be on mute. Sorry, just got a email send. Hold on. Sorry, people. Got to send a link in. Yeah, that's not right. Right, hold on. I want to send that. How do I fucking send that? I don't know why it's asked me to do this. Right, I don't know how to do this. This is mental, isn't it? Sing a song. Can you hear me now, though? You can hear me now, right, though, can't you? You're back with 25 mile butt. Fucking hell, Pete. Oh, go on, son. That's good. Must be a lot of bollocks for me. Right, I can't. What's that bit? Let me phone him back. Don't worry, you can all hear in this one. I've emailed it, you Nick. I've emailed it because I don't know how to WhatsApp it from that email. Go on, mate. Bye-bye. Bye. Is this a protest, Mickey, or an endurance test? Fucking feels like it, doesn't it? Feels like it. I know. He's an endurance test. Right, so what's going to happen is, that was Nick, he's going to be about half hour. He's leaving wherever he is now. He's going to be about half hour. But we're going to have Paul Bubbles from Amis United on. So he's trying to look at something else. He's coming on. That's just had to email the link over to Paul. Paul Colborne. I'm going to get all these wrong. It's embarrassing, really, isn't it? I don't really get embarrassed at all. But when you get people doing you a favour, like, and coming on nicely, you want to get the names right. Like, he probably is laughing, but fucking hell, at the same time, what? Laughing. A lot of people don't agree with it, thinking he's some. Like I said, some people are going, it's embarrassing, but we're doing something. And it's got to be. It's better than doing nothing. We can't just sit here, especially this channel, and moan about something And hold on. Hello, mate. Oh, hello, Nick. Nick. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. Oh no, that's what you sent me. That's all I got sent, and that's all I've gone through on it. That's hello. Technical difficulties and sausages of mine. Hello. Yeah, no, that's literally the only link that you sent me. That's all I've got. Invite, yes, I got that. Ah. Yeah, I've got that link. So then do you want me to, so do I copy it or just send it Messenger? All right then. I'll message you it now. Bye-bye. Right. Gmail. Oh, shit. If you can still hear me, I'm not on the, I can't, I've gone blank. It took me in a different page. All right. Yeah, send that. Send. Send. Messi said. Could you hear all that? Could you see all that? Poor West struggle with technology. Mate, I feel like about 80. Go, you can still hear me, could you, Leon? Yeah. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck is. So he asked me to send the link that he sent me, but the link he sent me was an invite only thing. It wasn't even a link. So I didn't know what to do. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, hopefully he's got that. He's going to send that on. Let me just double check that was got sent. Sent. Yeah, here we go. As you can see, that was sent. Got it. On it. Fucking technology. Oh, shit it. You looking forward to getting off? Oh, fucking hell, Joe. I'm looking forward to getting off. I'm gutted he's half hour away, to be honest with you. I need to. Should have boycotted the game today. That would have made Sullivan look like a mug. In press would have been on the case. Would they have, though? It would have just been spun again. Sometimes it'd be like, oh, the public transport weren't there. And that. But also, it's a lot easier for people when it ain't the last home game of the season and when the weather's like this, that they want to go. And look, if they want to go, that's down to them. Fair play to them. And that's right. Do you know what though? I think I don't think I'm going to do the watch along, Mandy. I think I'm just going to leave that to Nick. I think once Nick's back and that, I'll come off about 1 o'clock then, and just that'll be me done. I think. And yeah, that's it. That'll do me. And I'll just think, no, I can't. Fucking hell. I'll watch it. I need to go out and do stuff as well. I've got to go and get some bits. She's in bed. She's in bed, mate. She's in bed. Leave her there. Yeah, Southampton. I went against Newcastle, Everton. Away to Everton, and I can't see them losing that. I can't see them losing that. I really can't. Everton kick off at 12. Oh, so they're kicking off now, are they? Oh, right. I wonder if the Dole Spires know you're doing this protest. It does. Shocked at the comments shown. I don't think anything's going to do that, you know. I don't think that anything's going to shock them. I'm saying to Stel, I don't think. Look, we keep saying this is a start. This is a start and a voice for people. We can't be and say what we feel and not back it up with something. So, yeah, this is something that I said it's a start. It's a voice. So, will anything come of it? Who knows? But we've done something. We tried. It's not good to just keep saying this and that without trying to do something. And we're not going to organise a big protest. This not right now anyway, at least. So the thing that we could have done and have done is use this platform for that 24-hour stream, which is going to go over. And it is literally, we're doing this out of a protest. And you, as you see, like the people have been with us all through and getting their signatures done. So it's a start. It's done something. And that's what we wanted. Wanted us to do something. Yes, you're going to get people moan about it and saying, oh, it's stupid or silly. Fine. Let them people be like that. It's absolutely fine. They're the people that they'll moan about things, but they're not doing anything about it. Do you know what I mean? It's just easier for them to brush it aside. But it is important to do something about it now. This could just be the little tiniest of fractions of it is, but it's a start. It's a jump off. So let's see where and if it goes anywhere. But like Stel was saying, it will definitely come to their attention and they'll know that there's disgruntled supporters, which I think they do know anyway, but they'll see it more as like this in front of their eyes. And then they've got a chance. They can either not do nothing or they can do something before it snowballs into something. Does that make sense? You get what I mean? So they can't say that they haven't been warned if things get a lot fucking worse later on down the line. So let's just see. Yeah, he's going to side with him. Thanks, people. Thanks for the love on you. Exactly that, Big Jim. Every avalanche starts with a snowdrift. And you know what? I would nothing more than let's not even go anywhere because you won't need to because things get sorted. And, you know, we definitely claim that we've done that. We've made the difference. But no, seriously, on a serious one. But even if it don't, like, it's just, even if things change and move on, we want that. It's like with the Graham Potter. I don't believe he's the manager for us. I don't believe that at all. I think he plays boring football. But if at next season he proves to be the man for us and plays more exciting football, then I can't really, I'm going to say that I hope he mugs me off and does it. He can't really mug me off. It's just something that is what I wanted and now he's providing that. Now I'll change my mind. So you can change my mind. I'm not just going to say no for him. Anyway, here we go. I'll let Paul sort himself out. Paul, if you can hear me, give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Oh, lovely stuff. Paul, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, mate. How you doing? All right?
Oh, mate, how you getting on?
Good. Hungover.
You hungover, yeah? Good night last night.
Yeah, when you get to my age, I don't know about a good night, but yeah, I started watching the cup final, to be honest, and I always like the underdog. You know, I've got no affinity to Palace at all, but it was nice to see the underdog win, you know.
It was a good game, bowler counts, wasn't it? Obviously, I missed it because I was doing this.
Nothing special, but it's a good goal. But it just reminded me of what we used to be, really. You know, there was passionate fans there singing their heads off. No tourists that I could see. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah,
I don't know if you heard me earlier on, but I did try. I'm so bad at pronunciations. I'm so bad at it. So I was doing your surname. So I was Paul Colborne. Is that right?
That's it. Yeah, you got it.
Lovely. AKA Bubbles.
Yeah.
So, for those that don't know, and there'd be very few that do not, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, look, I've been going West Ham. I was late going West Ham because I weren't from there, and the old man wouldn't let me go till I was 13. So I started going in 1968. 1969, I went all the home games, and then all the home games forever, really. And then sort of 1970, did a few of the easier away games, and then I suppose I went, most of the away games for about 40, 45 years. Against Burnley, I sort of reenacted what someone did in the successful bond scheme protest, and I tried to put the corner flag in the centre spot, which is what he did.
Yeah.
Of course, in his day, the corner flags were metal, but nowadays they're plastic, so it wouldn't go in the centre spot. So I held it up, waiting for 10,000 people to come over the wall, and no one moved. So consequently, it cost me about £1,000 and a life ban. But there you go.
It's iconic.
Since
it's very
then,
iconic.
Yeah, maybe. So a lot of fans, I was a hero. To some, I was an idiot. Depends on your point of view. A year or so after that, I started Hammers United, and we've only got one aim, which is to improve things for West Ham supporters. It's not been easy. I think, to our credit, we've stuck with it. You have low times when we've kept going. I would say our three greatest achievements. We arranged what still is the biggest march of football fans ever in the British Isles. We got, with help, but we did the lion's share of the background work. We got the crest, the old crest from the bowling ground, put on the supporters club.
Yeah.
Or what was the supporters club. It's now a gym behind the South Bank at Upton Park. And again, with a lot of help, we played a massive part in getting our concessions back. And I think in my fairly ordinary life, that is my greatest personal achievement. A lot of people said we wouldn't do it. People who've been on here on this show, I've got a lot of respect for, said we couldn't do it, but we did. And I'm very, very proud of that. But we rock on now. The next challenge has to be the stadium, and we're going to hit that head on now.
And how so, Paul? Like
what, the stadium?
Yeah, like what's the next step for that? Like, how do you want to proceed with that? Or can you not talk
Yeah,
about
well,
that as much?
Okay, so let's look where we are. We all know our fan base is hemorrhaging. Has hemorrhaged and it continues to hemorrhage. And I think we all fear we're going to lose more than ever this close season, this summer. And we accept there's different reasons that people packing it in. People's finances change, their health changes, they might move away. But there's no doubt that a lot of people are walking away because of the fucking, sorry, I shouldn't swear, the awful match day experience at that awful soulless bowl. And there's two things you can do. You can take the coward's way out and you can say, oh, well, nothing we can do about it. What's the point? Which a lot of people said with the concessions. What's the point?
Yeah.
And we proved them wrong.
Yeah.
Or you could be West Ham and you can have a go. And you think of all the people that came before us, mates who are no longer with us, and your mums and your dads and your grandparents and all the rest. Because we're doing this for them as well. This football club, it's been around 130 years. It was the lifeblood of the East End and parts of Essex for all that time, with all the traditions and all the heritage. And it's going out the window on our watch. This is our watch, not mums and dads and grandparents. So we either take the coward's way out and do nothing and let the fan base all walk away, or we try. And listen, me and the rest of the guys at Hammers United are under no illusions that this is going to be easy. So we put 7 questions to the club, and our strategy is that it's all very well saying blow the place up, pull it down. It ain't going to happen.
No.
You've got to be realistic. And our strategy really is to maximise the number of West Ham supporters in that ground, And as for the tourists, and people don't like you using that word, but that is the word.
Yeah.
There's thousands of these people that come over for a weekend. They do a bit of sightseeing, maybe take in Les Miserables, and then a soccer match,
Yeah.
And maybe get them certainly away from me and my mates get them in their own part of the ground. Maybe I believe that P1, who sell tickets, have tickets in 23 different blocks.
Wow.
And West Ham will tell you they only sell to home fans. Well, the proof is there in front of all our eyes. They're sold to all sorts of people. So our strategy is going to be to try and maximise the number of West Ham fans in that ground, and at the same time get like-minded people together. So, for instance, we've put to them about P1. Can they not keep the P1 people in maybe 2 blocks, not 23? And we've put to them that club cash, if they actually gave physical cash, maybe people would use the ticket exchange more and there'd be less empty seats. We've also said maybe they should, when the tickets go on ticket exchange, give first dibs to the Claret members and the season ticket waiting list. Try and get more West Ham in there. Now, straight away, which is fine, people who I respect, one of them has been on this show a lot, got a lot of time for him. So I don't agree with a singing section, for example. And let me say, we're not talking about geezers dressing up in black mariachi bands or mariachi bands, whatever you call them.
Yeah.
And a drum, we're not talking about just saying get people in the same bit. And so it's apparent that, not everyone is going to look at this the same as Hammers United. So we feel the only way to succeed is everyone, all you guys on your podcasts, all the Facebook pages, all the fan groups, they've got to be singing from the same hymn sheet. So what we've decided to do, and it will be going out next week, and it ain't just a Hammers United thing, it's a West Ham fans thing. We've talked to a lot of fan groups, and we've tried to involve all the major podcasts, again, ones that have been on here, as far as we can. I'm going to put a survey out to the fans. And I know the fans are all surveyed out, but it only take about 3 minutes. It will be sent to the club out of courtesy, not so they can edit it or endorse it. It's a fans survey. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And then when the results come out of what the fans want for this stadium, it don't matter what I think. It don't matter what you think. Nick, Nigel Cohn, West Ham Fan TV. It don't matter what any of us think. The mandate is there from the fans. That's what we want. Then we go to the club with the shopping list. Now, hopefully, the club will work with the fan groups and will improve things. But if they are going to obstruct and delay and make excuses, okay, then we start campaign up again. Maybe just we'll boycott whatever they call this year's Betway Cup. We'll get the black balloons out. We'll get the leaflets out. We'll get the support from all over. We'll get the ex-players. We'll protest again on Bridge 1 and it all start again. But we cannot be cowards and do nothing because we won't have a fan base left. So I appeal to you all, look out for the survey next week. Fill it in.
I fully agree. And that's such a, like, just hearing you talk about that brings back the sort of passion and that, like, running through the veins. I want to do some more. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know we're doing this, but we, as you've said earlier on, is people that just don't believe in it or they think that it's a wasted, like, thing to do. We're getting it with this protest now, with this live stream. People saying it's on other channels that it's embarrassing or what's the point? The point is to be heard. We're giving it a voice, a platform like yourself. And if we've done nothing about it, then we're part of the problem as well. But as you said, we're West Ham, we're fighters. So we're only just starting out.
The alternative is to give up and do nothing. I mean, when we started the concessions campaign, there was a lot of apathy out there. And a lot of people just didn't know. I mean, we gave 20,000 leaflets out and there were still people who didn't know what was going on. But one thing I thought, because what we've done a lot at Hammers United, we talk to other fan groups all around the country. And you can learn a lot from some of these people, especially the Northerners. They're very, very organised, the big Northern clubs, some of them. And I thought, if it's going to happen to West Ham and we're going to lose the concessions and everything, couldn't bear that our fan base didn't fight. And everyone looked and said, look at West Ham, they've let them walk all over us. I just couldn't bear that. And not only did we fight, but we won. And now the respect that we've got across the country, we're seen among the leaders of the fan movement. And I'm really proud of that. I just couldn't, my pride as a West Ham fan, I just couldn't have stood it if we just stood by and let them walk all over us. And yeah, we're hugely respected now. And I hope that off the back of, the successful campaign on concessions, that people realise that, look, if you do stand up, you might just get somewhere. So that's where we're coming from now. It is disappointing. I went in the Wentworth the last home game. A good mate of mine said, "Oh, you never get rid of the wall." I said, "Well, you said we never get rid of the concessions." I said, "I'll have a bet with you in a year's time. I'll have a pint with you. The wall's gone." And that's the way you've got to be. That's the attitude you've got to have. Not like, oh, what's the point? You never get nowhere like that.
That's the easy option, Paul, isn't it? That's the easy option to say, oh, it's not going to, nothing's going to change.
Yeah. Let's give a bit of background. Let's look where we are as well. Look, like Baroness Brady. I mean, we know the famous quote, world-class team in a world-class stadium. And we know that she causes customers. That gets everyone's back up.
Yeah.
There's a couple of examples I'll give you. People probably forgot. It's a long while ago now. We was playing Stoke in a real relegation match at London Stadium. In the end, we won it comfortably and we were well clear. But at the time, it was a big relegation match. Now, Brady's the vice chair. She went on radio and she said something like, 8 o'clock tonight, my new radio programme. Tune in. And there's West Ham playing a vital game at the same time. Not, West Ham's playing tonight, get yourselves down there, cheer the lads on. And then we had Arsenal away and we got slaughtered. We got quite a big score. That was a night match as well. The next day, she's putting it all around. Look at the cheese board at Arsenal. It was fantastic. Look at this cheese board. And West Ham's lost, and people have paid a lot of money. And this is what you're dealing with. And when we started, to come up to date now, when we started the concessions campaign, the prices went up between 6 and 14% at West Ham. And the year before was well over inflation at 8%. And she went out on air and she said it was a small uplift in prices. Now, how disingenuous and misleading, can you be? And here's the biggie, right? Our commercial income over the last 10 years has gone up 28 million quid. Tottenham's has gone up 172 million quid.
Yeah.
Now, whose job is that? Whose job is that? That's Brady's job. They had a boxing match the other week. They probably got about 6 million out of that. And we come right up to date, and here she is, the champion of women. Where's our women's football team play? Yeah. And Amish United and through the fan advisory board, they put that to the club. Why can't the women's team at least play once at London Stadium? And I'll tell you what the problem would be, because it might cost them a few quid.
Yes.
That might be the problem. Though, of course, if they was professional and did it properly, they could probably make a few quid if they got enough people there. So let's go back to Upton Park. Okay. Last season at Upton Park, let's have a look at it. We got 62 points, the most points we've ever got in the Premier League. More importantly, we was 4 points of the Champions League.
Yeah.
We beat Liverpool home and away. Okay, I don't know how many times we've done that. 3-0 we beat them away. First game of the season, we won at Arsenal. And the last game of the season, we beat Man United. We beat Spurs and Chelsea at home. In the FA Cup, we beat Liverpool. And you might remember we was really robbed at Old Trafford. I think Randolph, the goalkeeper, got impaired. We played them at home. We didn't really turn up. Probably the winner of that game would win the cup, and Man United did. We was playing brilliant football. The fans were happy. And we had a lot of injuries. Payet was injured for about 3 months. So was Lanzini, Moses, all the attacking players, Sacco, and we still did that. And I'll tell you now, that people say football's fiddle. I don't believe that. But that year, it was obvious that Leicester and Tottenham was going to be in the Champions League. I don't think they wanted us in it. You might remember right at the end of the season, we had Arsenal at home and we got a long-range goal, and it was wrongly ruled out for offside. And there was a right old palaver with a free kick at Chelsea. Both games ended draws. We could easily have won both and got the Champions League. So that's where we was.
Yeah.
So then what do? We move stadiums, right? And one of my mates on Hammers United, he puts it this way. I like the way he puts it. He said, we sold our house that all our family loved. And now we're in rented accommodation that all the family or most of the family hate.
Yeah.
But if you do that in life, say you sell your house and then you rent, what do you get out of it? You get a big pot of money, don't you?
You do.
And you say to the missus, right, I'm selling the house, we're going to rent, we're going to go on loads of holidays, we're going to buy loads of nice clothes, we're going to go out for a meal, we have a real good life because we've got loads of money. Where's our money? It's all gone. They're skint. So what was it all for? You know? And listen, I've done nothing. Nigel Kahn tried, Steve Law tried, they're the two I know. All I wanted to do was get in the Lord Stanley or the Plaistow Park Club, get as much beer down my neck as I could. Same as the vast majority, because I thought I just fell for it. And I remember talking to Bill Gardner on the Hornchurch coach, and I said, look, I don't want to move, Bill, but there's one thing. Wouldn't it be great to have 60,000 West Ham in the stadium? It never occurred to me that 20,000 wouldn't be West Ham. It never occurred to me.
Yeah.
Never thought of it. I'll tell you, with the tourists, you know, I've got a mate, Jamie, and he's a proper scarf seller, you know, bona fide stall at Wembley and all that. And he gets his scarves from the same people that supply the scarves to the half and half scarf people.
Yeah.
And the demand for half and half scarves at West Ham has doubled this season to last season. It's doubled. And that, you know, that really, that is really worrying.
Yeah, but it tells you everything you need to know on like what sort of people are going over there.
Yeah.
Just
one other thing before we have a general chat. There's a little thing that people get wrong about Mr. Sullivan. So let me point this out, right?
Yeah, please do, Paul.
I've written this down. People talk about how much money West Ham spent last season. Incidentally, Brighton spent 229 million and Ipswich spent 150. And people will tell you that West Ham spent 144 million. Now, let me say, I ain't digging Sullivan out for saying that the expenditure's been terrible, because it ain't been terrible. But it has not been bloody marvellous, what some people say. So we spent 144 million, but we got 18 in for Downs, 14 for Ben Rama, 11 for Kira, and $1 million for Trott. So the net spend was 98. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
And look at the year before. We all know we sold Declan, 117. We sold Shamaka for 26, Vlasic for 10, Fornells for 8, Masuaka for 2, and Coventry for 1. So the year before, we made a net profit of 26.
Yeah.
But if you add the last 2 years together, West Ham spent 72 million. So that's 36 a year. Now, I ain't saying that's terrible. It's all right. But don't give me all this crap about they've done great and spent millions and millions, because they ain't.
Yeah.
It's a complete. And I know earlier on, Europa was talking about the 10 pledges. Well, pledge 7 was make it enjoyable to come and watch.
I remember that. I remember that one. That's one that sticks out because we always say that.
Yeah, unbelievable. So yeah, good luck with what you're doing. My advice to you would be, don't get disheartened. You know, you're in for the long game, not the short haul. And I think that's where Hammers United have done well. I mean, when COVID came, before COVID, you know, that march was organised by us. It was me and a fellow called Steve Cross organised it. And you'll know we got just short of 9,000. We were going to get 15 on the next.
Yeah.
Maybe then 20. Who knows? COVID came along. So to our credit, a lot of people don't know or have forgotten, we protested every game in COVID with what you was allowed to do. So if we was playing Newcastle away, Leeds away, we Hammers United were there outside them gates with 4, 5, 6 people and a couple of flags. Fast forward, and this is the big thing. Fast forward, nothing had changed except West Ham were winning. Okay, they weren't losing anymore. West Ham were winning. And we felt we had to keep the protests up because nothing had changed with the board. Nothing had changed. But on the pitch, we were winning. At the AGM, good friends of mine, good people from Southampton, some of them. The reason there's so many West Ham fans, by the way, in Southampton is that Ford's moved the plant there.
Okay.
A lot of people moved down there with Fords from Dagenham. And they said you should have a mass protest. I said, West Ham was winning every week. You know, whether I like it or not, some people can't see past 3 points. No, we've got to do a mass protest. I said, keep them small, no, mass protest. I said, the other thing is we're in Europe, so it'll have to be a Sunday. And the trains are always knackered on a Sunday. No, we want a mass protest. 350 showed up. And nothing had changed, okay, what we were protesting about from when we got 9,000 and we felt sure we'd get 15, maybe 20.
Yeah.
So that is the background you're working with, is that whilst many of us know the issues, care deeply about the issues, there's a lot of people out there, all they're bothered about is 3 points on the pitch.
Absolutely.
Having said that, having said that, we're in a real sad state at the moment. Our club is in terrible decline, in my view. We've got a poor, aging squad. For whatever reason, and don't believe all this crap about financial restrictions, we're nowhere near that, okay? They're skint, right? They are not going to be buying loads of big signings in the summer. So in all probability, we've got very little to look forward to next year. In all probability, in my opinion, next year is going to be the same as this year. And people advocating protest, you know, it might be a good year, because all the people that only give a toss about 3 points are very likely to join you.
Yeah. Well, it's get like you're saying, it's getting that way. The fan base is very diluted right now, and that is the one common like thing is because of the board and the way it's been handled, the way the club's being run, the football on offer. But as you said, and this is the thing that we struggle, there is a lot of fan base that is always worried about just, we call them the teletext fans, if you like. They worry about the result. It's the 3 points is the big for that. But I was brought up as a West Ham fan for the passion, the family feel. We was never a glory hunter. If you want to be a glory hunter, West Ham is not the club for you, because we was never that. Yep. So, and I do feel a bit disheartened with that fan base, and I hate digging the fans out, and I'm not trying to do that. But there is that disheartened of where's the fight? We're East Londoners. We should be up for that fight and doing it. So then I would love more than anything, more people to take part in this with Hammers United and everything, and really get together and for that common good, because all we're doing it for, we're not doing to hurt West Ham in the slightest. We're trying to get our West Ham United back.
Yeah.
So you've got a lot bigger voice than we have.
You know, look, there's a book out. I say we're working very closely with fan groups across the country, because a lot of them have got the same problem. You know, we were, as you know, the shipbuilders club. Arsenal were the munitions workers. Man United were the railway workers. And these clubs, for well over 100 years, were the sort of the guts, the heart and soul of the community. And like I said before, this is on our watch. And there's a book come out, and it's called The People's Shame. It's by a fellow called Mickey Kerr. And basically what it's saying is, you know, all the people that came before us, it was so important. And it's going tits up, and it's going tits up on our watch. And the people are doing nothing about it.
Yeah.
Or the majority. People are doing that, and it's happening. And people can't be bothered to come out of the pub. You know, they can't be bothered. And yet we're going to end up with nothing left. We're going to end up with football as we knew it will be gone. And none of us will be going.
No, absolutely.
And it was a great start last year. You know, I have to say, I'll own up here. We had a brilliant man. I'm not going to name him. We had a brilliant man doing most of the talking for us. And when West Ham offered to row back on the concessions, I don't think they was going to give a price freeze. But I'd have took it. And yet he got price freeze with, you know, not he, the fan advisory board will say, got a price freeze. Now, one, you know, that has a knock-on effect. because then Tottenham, they froze prices and others did. We're all in this together, and when we was doing our protests on Bridge 1 before every home game, it was great. We played Ipswich, and actually they had no problems at Ipswich, and they came along and they stood with us, and Everton did, and Liverpool did. Most teams did. Nottingham Forest, and at the end of the day, like I say, the West Ham fans have all got to be united if we're going to get anywhere. And also all football fans. I mean, me and Andy, we'll be going up to the FSA AGM in a couple of weeks. And look, we're both giving up a weekend. We'll pay out of our own pocket to go to Manchester and stay overnight. I'd much rather be on the piss at home with me mates and take my wife out for a meal.
Yeah.
But, someone's got to do it. But yeah, it is hard, and you can't be rucking the fan base, because at the end of the day, West Ham supporters, like any other supporters, they work hard all week. They look forward to the football. They want to go out, have a few beers or whatever, and watch West Ham, which is how it should be. So it is hard to get people, out of the pub and on the street or whatever it is you're trying to do. It's not easy. But what you can't be doing is you just got to stick with it. And eventually you've got to educate the fan base that it's bigger than 3 points. It's the whole heart and soul and tradition and everything else. It is much more important than 3 points.
No, I totally agree with you. And that's what we've got to go towards, because we are losing that though, Paul. That he's sort of losing that. And if no one was fighting for it, you're right, it would just be lost totally. It'd be gone.
What is heartbreaking is, obviously I'm a lot older than you, a lot older, and my generation, I mean, me and my mates, hardly any of my mates will go over the stadium anymore. They go away games. But we used to go more or less every game, home and away, 40 odd years. And in that time, we got relegated 5 times. And all we did the next year was go every game home and away in the second division. And 5 relegations didn't affect the fan base.
No.
Or certainly the real diehard fan base. And I thought the fan base was constant. It would always be there. But what's happening at the moment, that Sullivan and Brady have managed to do what 5 relegations didn't. And people are walking away in big numbers. People who've really put it in, really, we all know people that have been going for decades, home and away, and they just won't go anymore. So what will get them back? Well, obviously, if we can get big improvements to the stadium, that would help. And we've got to look not just to stop people walking away, but to get people back. And frankly, I think the only other things that would get people back, I think my lot, if we got relegated, I think they'd see that as a challenge, and I think they'd come back. And also, I think if Sullivan, it's got personal with a lot of people with Sullivan and Brady now.
Yeah.
And I think if Sullivan or Brady went, that might bring some people back. But we've got to stop people walking away. And like I say, we've got to try and get some people back. That's got to be the aim.
I agree. I totally agree with that. We need to get that family feel back, 100%. But then, do you think there's also an aspect of it that, if we get relegated, then the old sort of West Ham fans come back together as a challenge? But do you feel like there's an element of underappreciation for the fans that do still go? And then do you think that they're going to get any appreciation from, if we was to get relegated, from the owners?
Firstly, if we got relegated, I think the owners would be gone. That's just a gut feeling.
I do.
Yeah.
No, I think these people might pretend, but they're in it for a pound note, nothing else.
Yeah.
And anything you get out of them, in my opinion, is got to be a hard negotiation, backed by a fan base. With that, threat is the bad word, but I'll use the word threat. Presence, maybe, of mass protests in the background should things not improve. No, if we went, I know people, a lot of people say relegation, bring it on.
I'd go
bring
back
it on.
Now, a few people say that.
I've got mixed feelings, and certainly as the chairman of Hammers United, I can't be advocating that. But I do think my mates, if we went down, would come back. They'd see it as a challenge. You know, people talk about starting a new club. It's nonsense. And I'll tell you why it's nonsense. I know a fella actually who was very prominent in the creation of FC United. And they started off like a rocket, but it's slowed down now. But about 2,000 Man United fans left. Trouble we can't start a new club is this. Where are you going to have it? Because no one lives in East London no more, or very few. So if you started, and there's huge amounts of money needed and all sorts of barriers anyway, it'd be extremely difficult. But if you said, right, and you found somewhere, I'm going to start a team, I'm going to call it West Ham, whatever. Okay. Well, why is a bloke going to go over there when he might as well go and watch Hornchurch or Basildon or Billericay or Grays or any number of teams?
Which I think a lot of people have done already, Paul.
Which a lot of people do already. Something I've not mentioned, by the way, I've gone right off sync here, but I've got to get it in because it's something that really pisses me off. When you said about local teams, a few guys got banned against Arsenal and they're now going watch Hitchin. I deal personally, and it's ironic because, of course, they're never going to let me back in. I deal with people who've been banned on a daily basis. And I'd love to ask West Ham this question. How many people are banned from the London Stadium? Because I bet you it's double the number that's banned from Arsenal's ground or Tottenham's ground. And you will note that West Ham are top of the arrests league in the Premier League.
Are we?
Right? West Ham are top. Now, look, I might be wrong because I'm an old man now, but I'm not aware that West Ham have got an active firm. Okay? I'm certainly not aware of any major mass disturbances at our games last year. So why have we had the most people arrested in the league? Same reason. Poor ticketing arrangements, poor stewarding.
Yeah.
And some of the stories, guys, that I get, and they're not all telling lies, okay? The stories I get from people who've been banned from West Ham, it makes your bloody blood boil. It does. Good people. People banned against Arsenal who were there with their grandkids, and Arsenal fans started. And all they did was defend themselves. They've got to go court, everything else, right? There's one bloke, right, that was messing around with a box of popcorn and it went over the wall. So we went and he got the popcorn, brought it back. Now, the first I knew about it, he got in touch with us a little while back. He's been banned for 3 years.
Fucking hell.
Now, okay, they will say he went on the field of play. He was miles from the field of play. So do you not think it would have been a more sensible thing? Look, he shouldn't have done that. 2-3 game ban.
Yeah.
He wrote to appeal to West Ham, all of it, never even got a reply. Never even got a reply. 3 years later, he told us. So obviously we got our solicitors and got the FSA solicitors and all the rest of it. And his ban's been revoked. But he was banned 3 years for going to get a box of pop, and coming back. And the number of people that are banned on evidence of stewards, and then the number of times it's not rare. It turns out the police finally look at it after months and months, where West Ham have been double selling the person's season tickets, and the police say there's no charge to answer. But I'd like to know if there's any comeback on the stewards who made it all up. I doubt it very much.
I doubt that.
And then West Ham are taking age to let them back in again. Now, having said that, let's be clear. I'm sure there's some very good stewards over there. Let's not tar everyone with the same brush. But this banning thing, it's really getting to me.
Well, Paul, just very quickly.
We're playing today, and I know tomorrow I'll be getting calls about people getting banned.
Well, Paul, I don't know whether you heard the story from Ryan Archer from West Ham Fan TV.
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard so many.
All he did was he defended himself.
Yeah. And also, what you find is conveniently, when it suits them, the CCTV is available, and when it don't suit,
That's what he found. That's what he found. Yeah.
There's 3 people. We handed it over to solicitors. I know you don't judge a book by a cover, its cover, but a professional man, never been in trouble with his 2 kids, never been in trouble. And the stewards in his view, made a load of shit up about him after the match, got arrested. It's still all going on. This is 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, in the end, he'll get cleared, I'm sure. But he's been banned from West Ham for 2 years. They've been, and so he ain't going to go back.
No.
He hates the club now, and his sons hate the club, and probably all their mates. I'd love to know. Let's put it out. How many people are banned from London Stadium? I'd love to know.
Yeah.
I bet you no one would believe it. How many's banned?
Well, the thing that shocked me, Paul, and really it shouldn't, was that Ryan said that they banned him and then sold his ticket for the rest of that season.
Oh yeah, well that's business, isn't it? I mean,
That's
not just Ryan. That all the people who are banned, they sell their tickets. Yeah.
I mean, that's fucking obscene, isn't it? It
Yeah.
really is.
It's disgusting to do that. It's absolutely disgusting. Not even give them a chance on that, and before they can even appeal on anything, bosh, their ticket's gone. It's just
Guilty until proven innocent.
oh, mate. But that's what I'm saying to you. So
Well,
even
you know,
if they said
that
they
ain't just West Ham. It ain't just
of course
West Ham.
it ain't. Of course it ain't, Paul.
But
But
where West Ham, I reckon have got the most banned is because the stewarding on the whole is so bad, and the ticketing. I mean, people defend this. They say, "Oh, well, haven't you ever been in the home end?" Yeah, but apart from the early years when there was trouble, when you went in the home end and took it over, we've all been in the home end. Us and the mate.
You show a little bit of respect.
Background. Well, yeah, but we know at London Stadium there's thousands of them. Against
Yeah.
Liverpool, it was heartbreaking, right?
Mm.
Against Liverpool, we're giving balloons out and giving leaflets out on Bridge 1, which is the way the tourists come. I've never seen anything like it. There was thousands and thousands and thousands of them when we played Liverpool.
So how can they expect
You
there to
can't
not be
believe it.
issues, Paul? How can they expect there to not be fan trouble when they're doing that? When they're mixing football is and always, well, I don't know whether it always will be, but it's going to be tribal. It is tribal.
Yeah.
So you're mixing two sets of fans together like that. It's not going to go well, is it?
The other, West Ham will tell you that they only sell tickets to home fans.
Yeah.
But you have to believe your eyes. We've all seen it. They're everywhere over there. A friend of mine, Matt, I've got a friend from the Isle of Wight. In the last 2 seasons, him and his wife have done about 2 games, and they're season ticket holders. And they sell it on the ticket exchange. And Matt sits next to him. And we was playing Tottenham the other week, and Matt said, "Fuck it." He said, "I'll buy them." He said, "I can't have Tottenham supporters sitting next to me." He said, "I've
yeah,
have everyone else sitting next to me, so I can't handle that." He said,
Yeah.
"I'll have them myself. If I can't get rid of them, I'll swallow the money." It's diabolical over there. It's heartbreaking. And then against Liverpool, I came straight back because there was trouble with the trains. So I watched the game in the pub where I always go, in Plaistow. And then not going today. The reason I'm here is because there's no trains today. Otherwise I'd be there. And so I've come down on the Met line to King's Cross, and of course people coming in from Stratford at Liverpool Street. So at Liverpool Street, I thought there'd be some people get on, been to the match. And there was a seat either side of me on the underground, empty. And the first bloke come and sat down. He was probably from the Far East. He had a half and half scarf on. And a bloke sat down the other side, and he was an American. And I thought that sums it up. They're just everywhere. And
yeah.
before you was on, Nick, I was saying that I know a fellow who sells scarves, and in the half and half sellers at West Ham, they get their scarves from the same supplier as him.
Yeah.
And the demand for half and half scarves at West Ham has doubled this season on last. It's doubled. But here's one for you. Some people will say that they prefer the tourists to us because they spend more money. And yeah, the American way is you go twice a season and spend $600. Our way is you go every week. So I get that, but I'll tell you what's going to happen. These tourists, they'll come over to take in a soccer match, and they want the big atmosphere and everyone's singing and everyone's going crazy. And they go over there and they think, Jesus Christ, this is shit.
Yeah.
I ain't coming here again.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
they'll go home and they'll tell everyone else. They'll say, well, look, if you want to go to a soccer match in London, don't go to West Ham because it's shit. And the word will get around, and people and the tourists are going to stop coming.
100%.
They'll
Of
dry
course
out.
they will.
The tourists will dry out.
Especially if what is rumoured to be happening this window is the big players. If the the sorts of players that put bums on seats for neutrals, I suppose, your Piquettes, your Caduces, and if those sorts of players go, then aside from when we do play Liverpool or Arsenal, then there ain't going to be anything there for a tourist to watch. Not really.
I mean, I'm sure you know, but and again, West Ham aren't alone. West Ham, the figure published is 62,000. If you put a freedom of information request in, I mean, the lowest last season we played Brentford at home.
I was there,
and there was 40,800 there.
I was there. That was the last home game I went to.
That was last season, and there was I've written them down. Hold on, there was 40,800 there. This season it hasn't been quite as low, but against Wolves there was 42. The biggest gate was Man United, 57. That's still 5,000 short. So especially when we play a night match, when we play a night match, we never get, or very rarely get over 50,000. So at the moment, we cannot fill that stadium. Maybe when we first moved there, we could, but so many have walked away. I don't think West Ham can fill it up with West Ham supporters anymore.
No.
And the tourists will dry up when they see how bad it is.
Yeah.
So from the club's point of view, they should be embracing what we're suggesting, improving the stadium. They should be embracing those suggestions. They should be working with the fan groups to improve it, to stop fans walking away and get some back. Because that stadium ain't going to be full. It ain't going to be full. Well, it never is anyway, but it's going to be worse. I would suggest that the average true gate, when it's all totted up, will be about 52, which is 10,000 down.
10,000 short. Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's just gonna decrease. It's gonna decline even more.
There's no way. And look, the main reason, as we're spoken about this, Paul, the main reason that people have walked away. I've had this conversation. I had it with Bill last night. It's when Dan was on. Dan said, because he does a lot of stuff with other fans of other channels, Tottenham fans, Chelsea fans, and I always say to him, "What's wrong with West Ham fans? Why are they taking it laying down?" And we don't take it laying down. We don't. I mean, we proved that against Burnley. There's only so much that you can push West Ham fans. But I think that what's happened is they've tested the loyalty of a very loyal fan base to the fucking extreme. They've broken us, and we are proud people. We know we're being taken for a ride, and I think people have left out of their own self pride now. They've gone, "Do you know what? I can't take this no more. I can't."
There's definitely some of that, but where I disagree with you, they've not broken us. We've just won the biggest battle West Ham fans have ever won. Well, maybe since the Bond scheme.
Yeah.
So we're not broken, but a lot of people are still apathetic, and this defeatist stuff. It's not for me. It's hard enough getting people on board without people saying you're wasting your time. And you guys in social media.
I've had the same thing, Paul. Doing this, I've had the same thing. People saying you're wasting your time.
But I had a nice word with a couple of your oppos, not oppos, but people who've been on your show, people I've got a lot of respect for, a lot of time for, and I genuinely like. And when we was in our protest, I rang them up. I said, "Look, I'm really struggling here, to get people on board. And I don't need you on there saying, oh, well, they're never going to give way on concessions." I said, please don't be putting that out there. Yeah. We don't need that. We need you to be much more positive. But no, I disagree. The fan base is broke. A lot have walked away, but we won a great victory last year, and off the back of that, we should be pushing forward now.
Absolutely. Do you know what I think is the most annoying thing, certainly from your perspective, with the amount of effort that you've put in? I mean, I'm doing a 24-hour stream. You've been putting in fucking countless hours, what you've done is ridiculous. And I've seen it just off the back of doing this, and it's frustrated me. It must really piss you off when people criticise, because they do. They go, "What's the point in doing that? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do this?" And you're just like, for fuck's sake, what? Why? It seems like as a fan base, we like to criticise other people's efforts, people who are trying to do something positive to affect a positive change, and we do, and it's annoying. It's fucking irritating.
Yeah, it is a bit, but you've got to look at it that those people, mostly, they care just as much and they genuinely think what you're doing isn't quite right, and they'd rather it be done another way. I think it's because they care. But where we're working now with Amazon, everything we do now, as you've seen the last few days, because obviously we've reached out to you, the only way we can get anywhere is all working together.
Yeah.
And the reason we're putting out a boring, because they are boring, survey is it's imperative that we get a mandate from the fans, and so then we can all get behind it.
Yeah.
And we've, you guys have got a massive part to play in the next few weeks. Promoting this survey, it only takes people a couple of minutes, and then we've got a mandate. And then it doesn't matter what you think, or I think, or Nigel thinks, or anyone else does. That's what the fans want, and it is our job, or it's my job, Amers United's job, because that's what we do. You guys come at it from a different angle, if you see what I'm saying. You're there to give opinions, give people a platform. All right, we've only got one aim, that's to improve things. But together we can achieve. But if we keep digging each other out, it's never going to happen. So we have to do the survey. It's imperative, and we need 6,000 people behind that survey.
Yeah.
What I said before you came on, sorry, I haven't got my specs on. To Mickey, was my advice to you is there will be times when you get a bit low, and you feel like giving up, and that's exactly what these people want. And what they do, remember, they get paid to do this. You're doing it voluntarily, and they wear people down. They delay, they obstruct, they wear people down, and in the end, people walk away. And that's something I'm very proud of, is because Amers United, we've had our low points and we've just stuck with it.
And they also manipulate as well, Paul. So I don't think it's any. Look, I'm not saying this directly in response to, what you're doing or other talks of protests or what we're doing here, but it always happens. They start peddling out counter narratives about new owners coming in and this, that, the other. It's like deflection tactics. It's don't look at this hand, look at this hand. It's what they're doing. So it is frustrating. I'm not going to give up with it.
But from the supporters side, we are better organised than we've ever been.
Yeah,
and that's not digging people out who've come before, because we've had the benefit of seeing what's happened in the past, so we can learn from what's happened in the past.
Yeah.
But I'll only speak for Amers United, but I've got some people working with me at Amers United, and these guys are different level.
Yeah.
And it does get frustrating sometimes when people say, "Oh, why don't you do that? Why don't you do that?" And I can see the bigger picture.
Yeah.
But I can't say. I mean, I knew we was going to win that concessions when people on social media were saying you got no chance, but I couldn't come on and say it because it was all confidential and we were professional. If we want West Ham to be professional with us, then it works both ways. So we, I know there's people out there do, but we don't leak stuff and all that. But yeah, that's my advice to you, mate. What I would like to say though, Nick, is I think you live about 8 miles from Potter's Bar, and so do I. And I think we should meet up for a beer.
Absolutely. I was literally just in fucking Potter's Bar. Now, mate, you know that shift I done last night, right? So I've had an hour's kip, and I've been running the fucking line. They gave me the flag. I've been running the line for 90 fucking minutes. Not one of the parents. Oh, everyone's got a bad leg. Not you bastards.
I used to hate that. In the end, I used to go for a piss just about 10 minutes before kick-off. But no, we should meet up and see how we can help each other, and then get drunk and annoy all the Tottenham supporters in Potter's Bar.
Look, listen, I've explained this as well, and this is one of the reasons why I've roped in other fan channels into this as well, to get more, not just to get more exposure, but maybe to try and get some unity going. Because historically in the YouTube world, YouTube channels, West Ham ones, they don't really work with each other. They don't. They're silos. So I think it would be quite powerful if we could all align ourselves to a common goal. Yeah. But I was saying to Nigel yesterday, I'm not going to stop trying to convince Nigel and win him over, because Nigel knows his stuff. I know full well that yourself and Andy. I know full well that we've got you guys there that have got a lot more expertise than me. If anything does ever need to go in a different direction or ever need any help, or we need to help each other. I think as this platform, I've already said it. I said it on a previous stream. If you ever want to use this platform, you can.
I'm grateful.
So if you ever want to do a video with me, to
certainly
put a
this
message out,
survey-
you can do it.
This survey, we've got to get 6,000 people. And then when we got that, we got a mandate, and then we go to the club.
Yeah.
And then we take it from there.
I'm
Yeah,
going to turn my
simple as that.
camera off and carry on talking because I'm going to eat. I've just been brought up me dinner.
And as for Mr. Khan, right, as for Nigel, right?
Yeah.
Nigel fairly frequently doesn't agree with some of the things we're doing, but we've got a really good relationship.
Yeah.
I respect him a lot because he's a proper West Ham fan and he knows his stuff. And I think he respects me. But you know,
Do you think there's a
what,
lot of
what I
underlying...
do, I get on the.
Do you think there's a
Nigel
lot of-
works in my town, so sometimes we meet up, or
Yeah.
I get on the phone. You've got to talk, and you've got to get on, and you've got to work for the fan base, not for yourselves. And I think he's a genuine fella, so I can live with Nigel disagreeing with us because he's doing what he thinks is best for the fan base, same as I am.
Yeah.
But you've got to be united, and you've got to work together, as you're never going to get anywhere.
I'll get the feeling with Nigel. He'll never admit it. I was kind of getting there with him yesterday. I think that there's a lot of underlying resentment there from Nigel because of what he tried to do before, and I get it completely because he went through hell trying to sort of prevent that move and sort of work with that movement and doing what he did. And I do believe that with him, I think there is a little bit. I tried to tell you this.
Why not? I mean, Nigel and Steve Law did try and do something when the rest of us did nothing. And I get it a little bit myself. I mean, you've got all these people screaming about protest, march. Well, I did all that. It cost me $1,000. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're all telling me, why didn't you go down the gates? They don't know the story. We were told by the old Bill if we went to the gates, me and Tross would get arrested.
Really?
All this sort of stuff. But they'd be I'll go on probably the biggest forum, fighting the cause and that. And when we were on the concessions campaign, do this, do that. And I'd say, well, ring me. They'd never ring me. Well, meet us on Bridge 1. They'd never meet me on Bridge 1. So, yeah, I have a bit of resentment sometimes. I think all these people, gobbing off, will come and join in.
Yeah.
But, you have to overcome that and be bigger than that. And, I think Nigel Khan is really good. And I don't crawl to no one. So I ain't crawling to Nigel. I genuinely think he's a good bloke.
Yeah.
I know, he is what he is, but he knows his stuff. He loves West Ham, and he's just trying, like the rest of us, to do the best for the fans.
Yeah, he will argue. He'll argue with you over the colour of the sky, though. He will.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But Nigel can argue with himself. Do you know what I mean? He'll bring up a point and he'll argue it out with himself.
Yeah.
Well, he's proper West Ham, though.
Massively.
Oh yeah, without that.
I will say the guy's knowledge never fails to impress me. Genuine knowledge, and you know what? That is that's reflective of his love of the club. He's obsessed with West Ham.
When I don't go much anymore, but as I have to, every single home game I was on the bridge, and then at 2:00 I'd rush off to Plaistow. Nigel was there more often than not.
Yeah.
And away games, he'd be there sometimes. And when it comes to that, there was people, I'm not going to name names, but people probably I didn't have a very high opinion of from other fan groups. And my opinion of them has completely changed now because they did the dirty work, standing there in the rain and the wind and everything else. And Nigel was there a lot. So, he's not just a guy who talks the talk. He was there with the black balloons and everything else. And that's important. And again, that's something that I think we're good at Hammers United. We don't just push pieces of paper about. I mean, I'll give an example. Andy McConnell, who I think may well be our joint secretary next year. He was going to Anfield in the League Cup, and he lives East Essex, fair old drive. So what he was going to do, he was going to break the drive up and have a couple of days in the Cotswolds with the missus. But the balloons were coming to his house and they were late. The balloons weren't going to come in time. So he cancelled his holiday so he could take the
Fucking
balloons
hell.
to Anfield. And that's the sort of commitment you need. Yeah. Anyway, I think, to be honest, guys, I'm very happy to sit on here for another hour, but I'm going around in circles a bit now.
Yeah. So basically, Paul, I don't know that you can't maybe at the minute officially support what it is that we're doing, because you're doing other bits and pieces yourselves, and you're sort of negotiating with the club. But I think that it's fair to say that you can understand the route that we're taking.
I've signed the petition.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Oh, nice one.
Good.
I've signed the petition, and I'll make sure all my mates do. Look, Hammers United, we did a survey years ago, and 95% or something of the answers was the most important thing was GSB out.
Yeah.
Obviously, Gold has passed away.
Yeah.
And we've won a trophy. Bit of a Mickey Mouse trophy, but it made me happy. You know, I was in Prague. To my credit, I turned 2 tickets down. I watched it in the pub because I don't go every week, so I didn't think it was right. I had a ticket. So we've got 20,000 members at Hammers United, and the vast majority would prefer to see the back of Sullivan and Brady.
Yeah.
So regardless of my personal thoughts, I cannot not support this.
No.
You know, so yeah, broadly speaking, of course we support this. But because of the different angle we come at, that we're trying to improve things for West Ham fans, what I can't do is someone rings me up tomorrow, which will happen, and say, fuck it, I've been banned, can you help me?
Yeah.
And I can't say, I have nothing to do with them anymore.
Yeah.
You see where I'm coming from?
No, that's it. That's it.
And I know you're not advocating that. So it is a little bit difficult, but of course, we the vast majority of our members would support what you're doing, and so we support what you're doing.
Yeah,
and unless I've screwed it up, which I'm very capable of, you better check.
You should find
that I've signed it.
But you're clearly. Nigel did admit that yesterday. So on the show that we did last night, he said he didn't think that the concessions was going to get overturned. He said he didn't think they was going to. So that was.
Yeah, he was wrong on that one. And one thing I think you should, with your petition, is it will gather momentum.
Yeah.
But these petitions are murderous to navigate. And no matter how many times you tell people, they're going to get a follow-up email.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to Arsenal and there was about 6 of my mates there. I said, can you sign the petition? He said, we've all signed it. I said, I bet you haven't. I said, look, I've known you 50 years. Just as a mate, try and go into it and it won't let you if you've signed it. And all 6 of them hadn't signed and they thought they had. And the thing is, you see, when people think they've signed, they think, that silly old sod's going on about it again. I know I've signed, but they haven't. So that is a difficulty with a petition. But what you've got to get over to these people is there's lots of people that are signing, not just for themselves, but they're signing for 2 kids or 3 kids.
Yeah.
Or 2 kids and the missus.
Yeah, that's true.
Or the old boy or granddad who ain't got a computer. So we got, in the end, just short of 23,000.
Yeah.
But I would argue that 23,000 represented 26 or 27,000.
More than that.
And here's the thing with the petition.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with the petition. It was all the other stuff going on. And you can't underestimate the work we did with fans from other clubs. That played a part. But when all this stuff was going on, that petition was a central pillar in the middle of it all, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
So that petition, you just need to keep it running forever. And it will always be there. And when other things happen and other people get involved and whatever, that petition will be there.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's important. Why not?
It is important.
What's the alternative? Do nothing?
Well, that's the thing. It's all very well people saying, oh, I don't think it's going to do anything. What are you trying to achieve? Doing something is always better than doing fuck all, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And this is a start. It's not, and I think hitting them from as many angles as we can together collectively ain't going to work, Paul, is it?
No. And
Do you know
just,
what I mean?
just to say once again, what we do, we will get the mandate from the fan base and we will ask the questions of the club.
Yeah.
Can you work with the fans? Can we do this? Can we do that? Can we do the other?
Yeah.
And if the answer is no, well, why can't it? And you box them in. You box them in, and in the end, hopefully, you get a result. And if they're not going to work with the fans to improve things, then you protest.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah. So are you guys, before you go, because I'll be honest with you, I've been a bit ignorant to the whole Ironworks Alliance thing. I don't really know who they are. The only thing I know, because I'm not on Twitter, I don't know.
Yep.
To be honest, all I know is what Nigel said. Harry talks about apparently I know they bought a tifo. They've done a crowdfund for a fucking tifo, and they've also done they're in favour of ultras, the most anti-West Ham thing ever.
That's not true. That's not true.
Are you working with Ironworks Alliance?
We're working with everyone. So I'll tell you, you've asked me a straight question.
I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about them.
Right. Firstly, not just Nigel, but a few of Nigel's crowd aren't fans of Ironworks Alliance.
Right.
They're not talking about blokes dressing up in black.
Right.
Bands, loud megaphones, drums. They're not talking about that. But they are talking about tifos and stuff like that. Okay. The guy from, I think his name's Mike Carlo from the West Ham Way.
Yeah.
He started a campaign aimed at getting rid of the wall.
For the wall, yeah.
And Brady wrote back to him, basically saying, "Oh, well, you should work with Ironworks Alliance." But we picked up on that. Here you go, the divide and conquer, because the official way is the club have to work with the FAB.
Yeah.
Right? Fan Advisory Board.
Fan Advisory Board, yeah.
So then what you've got then is, which is the way we do it, we're the chair. Then the club all of a sudden are working with the Fan Advisory Board, they're working with Ironworks Alliance, and they're working with Mark Carlo. That ain't going to end well for the fans. It'll end up in a row, won't it? Three different things. So straight away, this is how we work. We contacted Ironworks Alliance and we contacted Mark Carlo and we had a Zoom meeting with them. And we said, look, we've got to work together, all three of us. And then, as you know, we've contacted you and all the major podcasts.
Yeah.
And you've all received a copy of the draft survey.
Yeah.
And we will work with Ironworks Alliance or anybody else. It is no good rowing with people. No. But no, I think that's a little bit of an overstatement to say they want ultras. I think
that probably goes back to what I was saying to you earlier on, where you're criticising other people's efforts to a degree. Well, so
again, it comes back to what I keep saying, Nick. We will get a mandate from the fan base.
Yeah.
With the survey, then it don't matter what Hams United, Ironworks Alliance, the West Ham Way, Nick Killington, Nigel Khan, or anyone thinks we've got our mandate, and then we will work together.
Yeah.
Which is why we're doing it. Listen, I'm not big on tifos and that.
No.
I think maybe it's an age thing.
I'll be honest. I'm anti it. Whenever I go away now, I mean the Palace ultras fucking make me cringe, and the Arsenal ones, the Ashburton, the Gashburton.
I feel exactly the same. And actually, I was on a subcommittee of what was then the Independent Supporters Committee, and they mentioned ultras, and I said you'll never get ultras at West Ham until all my generation are dead. But that's my view. Let's see what the fans think in the survey. And if all the fans want tifos, well, you and me have either got to put up with it, or we'll have to go and watch Orient or something. You know what I mean? That's my view. We have to go with what the fans want. And I, no doubt there'll be a question about the tifos in there. But I've got no axe to grind personally with Ironworks Alliance or anybody else. We've all got to work together.
Yeah.
And one must remember that one of the Ironworks Alliance played a major part in the concessions campaign.
Right, so they helped.
A fella called Alex.
Yeah.
He was the one that produced a brilliant video of him and his little boy.
Yeah.
And he was there more often than not, standing there in the rain and the cold with his little boy on Bridge One. He played a big part. So I've no axe to grind with them. Hammers United, we have to try and work with everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hence the name, Hammers United.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Right. Okay. So, Paul,
All right. Thanks for having me on.
Well, what are you up to now, anyway? Coming off the topic of protests and stuff like that. Just for a minute, what are you up to now this afternoon?
I will try and watch West Ham somewhere.
Yeah. So you obviously you said the trains are off, so you're not going to your usual.
Yeah, I mean, I always go to Plaistow and watch the game. There's a good crowd there. All people in my age group have been going forever who've fallen out of love with it. But yeah, I'll watch it local somewhere. There's no look. If I was more up for it, probably I'd have got a fucking railway bus to St Albans and then all the rest of it. I just couldn't be asked. But if there was trains, I never miss a home game on a Saturday or Sunday. I'm always on the manor somewhere. Yeah, with a lot with good people. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, what are we doing now for the rest of the afternoon? We've got 2 hours to go to make it 24 hours.
After Paul's gone, I'm off. I'm shattered.
You off? You leave me to it?
Yeah, I'm shattered. I can't even keep me. I'm sneezing. I'm going boss side.
All right.
You had the mad jock on. Has Gio been on?
Yeah. Well, no, he couldn't come on because of his daughter. But what he did, he recorded a video for us, and he spoke about the concessions. Really, really powerful video. I'll tell you what I'll do actually to give you a chance to watch it. It's only 30 minutes long. If you haven't seen it, I'll play that again after this because I'll drop that in the middle of the first video. So what I'll do is I'll play that. I'll have a little chat with Mickey, and then I'll play that so you can quickly watch that as well.
Yes, please. Yeah. He's a good guy, Gio.
It's a really good video. You'll like it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Paul.
Cheers, mate. Thanks very much.
Appreciate it. Thanks, mate.
Okay.
Cheers, mate.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Lovely. Right. There we go. And then there was 2. He's a lovely bloke, isn't he?
Yeah, Paul's really good. Yeah, I just let him sort of talk at the start and that, and just let him carry on because you know what? When he was talking about the start, it made me really feel like fucking give me the flag. I want to be in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it just put you up again.
Yeah, no, he's brilliant. They look. Everyone collectively, they're trying to do what they feel is best for the club at the moment. Do you know what I mean? And they're trying to make a change. They're trying to make it, and they have made a change as well. That one with the to be honest, mate, they've done the club the biggest favour ever there. Even getting that reverse because I don't think the club would have ever recovered from that one if that had gone through the concessions one. That would have been the final fucking insult.
Yeah, so like you said, I think they've done that club the favour as well. But mate, it's just so disappointing. It's just it's horrible.
Yeah.
Like the more you hear from people and that, like Paul, and it is making it well aware because obviously you know about Hammers United, but there was some stuff that I didn't even know what they're doing. You know, they're doing with the grand now. Like is the next movement they're doing.
Yeah.
And it's nice to just hear what they're fighting for. So it's good for the information.
Yeah, absolutely. And right, Mickey, I wanted to say, mate, I know how difficult this is because, fuck me. How did it go with Stel in the end?
Yeah, good as gold. I couldn't get his camera. His camera weren't working.
Yeah.
But yeah, I sort of left him alone for 15 minutes while I just sort the dogs out, feed the dogs and that.
Yeah.
And I come back, but I had my mic on mute. So I'm going to, go on, Stel, you just cook.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, why is he talking over me?
Yeah.
I didn't have my mic on. I didn't have my mic on. He didn't have his camera on. I'm thinking, fucking hell, what's going on?
How long was he on for in the end? He was on for an hour, wasn't he?
He was on for an hour, yeah. He was. He enjoyed himself. He had to get ready to watch the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he talks. Who was it? John come up in the chat and went, fucking hell, it's like listening to a chimney sweeper talk to his lawyer or something like that. Something like that. I did star it. Hold on, let me see it because it's a good comment. Yeah, it's on there, Nick. Yeah, like a chimney sweep talking to a lawyer. Right, but listen to this though, yeah? JB 2 when, this was his reply. Mickey's a liar. But Mandy G, she had a go at John. She went, leave Mickey alone. She went, Mickey's doing great. And I went, listen, that's John. He's a piss taker.
Mate, you've done fantastic. All right. I mean, I will say you have had 8 hours sleep, right? And I've only had 1.
I didn't.
Fuck.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah. but you know what, mate? Monumental fucking effort. Honestly, and I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you helping because. Don't
be silly, mate. We're Claret and Booze together, aren't we? It's fucking
hell.
I would stay on, Nick, but I'm flapping, mate. I've got stuff to do as well. And
mate, last night I was 1 hour away from finishing till 6. Right, I was 1 hour away. I made it till 4 before I even had a coffee. I thought, I've got to have a coffee now, so I had me coffee. Do you know what? That kind of made it worse. And do you know, like, I think I was fine. But you know, like when you're driving and you're tired,
yeah.
And then what happens is, it's when you get in maybe 1 or 2 junctions away, that's when you're really struggling because it's almost like your brain starts to shut down because you know you're getting towards your bed, and that's the most dangerous part, like the last part of the journey.
That's happened with me because I was waiting for you for the break, and then as I'm clock watching, and then I'm done.
Mate, it's the last part of the journey, and that happened to me at 5 o'clock, mate. I just turned into a cabbage. I did. I was just, I had Kieran and Kingy on there, and I was just like, I just don't want to talk about West Ham anymore. I've just spoken about it for fucking 18 hours. I've got nothing more to say.
I know, mate. Well,
what I will say.
We done a quiz. We done another quiz. We were talking about films and movies. We were talking not like non-West Ham, really. And the chat was really involved. So thank you, chat, for staying with us. Yeah. Thank you for asking me questions and just playing it like that.
They keep you going, don't they? It's fucking.
They do. I did ask them. I say, chat, give me some questions or something, and they did. They pulled through. So as much as there's love for me, which I really do appreciate it, the love goes back to you because you really did help out. So thank you, chat.
Mickey, before we go, mate, let's just talk about this game just very, very quickly.
Yeah, go on.
The lineup is in. Right, we've got Areola in goal.
Yeah.
That one's no good. Right, saying, let's do the one.
No, put it in. I already put it in the chat, the lineup.
What is it?
It's Areola. Yeah, look, I put it up. One thing that people were not fucking happy about is the fact that Scholes ain't even on the bench.
Again.
Yeah, he's not on the bench. It's the same team as Man United. And I got asked a question today about that. And I said, it's going to be the same lineup because he won that game. So I've gone past, I can't find it, but it was, here we go. Yeah. So it's Areola, Cresswell, Todibo, Kilman, then it's Soufal and Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Rodriguez.
He's gone for that midfield again.
Yeah, it's the same team as Man United because he won there.
But this ain't Man United that we're playing. Man United is shit.
Mate, don't, because I've gone through this all today as well. I said that's not Man United, but you know it is what it is. This game is going to be more of a let's see where we are now because Nottingham Forest are not the Man United.
No, they're not. They're not. Right. Well, look, I think we're exhausted. I think. If we ask for permission from the chat, are we all right to finish an hour and a half early so we can watch the game? Is that all right? Do you mind, people? Is that okay?
Come on, people.
Can we go? Because I don't know what more to say anymore about this. What I would say is, I was hoping that we would get to 2,000. We haven't. We've got to 1,800. However, I've looked at because the tweets and the shares in the metrics are indicating that 8,000 people have shared it. Like I said, you ain't going to share it if you ain't signed it. That means 8,000 people have signed it and they ain't fucking clicked that. They ain't clicked their email. So do us a favor. If you've shared it on your socials, please go and. I'll tell you what, a nice reward for me and Mickey for the close of business today would be if we can get to 2,000. If we can get to 2,000 by the close of business today, that'd be amazing. So it's only about another 200 or so. Yeah, that would be brilliant. Was this no watch along to hit the 24 hours? That'd be 25 hours.
I'm not choosing them comments, to be fair to you. I'm ignoring them. We're fuck you lot.
No, that's brilliant. Right. And what I will be doing as well, people, I'm going to, if you haven't watched, because, mate, some of you, I think like Simon Brewer, Alan Thomas.
Alan,
he was in that fucking chat till about 4 in the morning. I swear it was about 4 in the morning. And that Simon Brewer, he's fucking funny, he is. He was still there at like 5 in the morning. He was like, you're just like, mate. He's like, well, if you can do it, I can do it. That's what he said. Yeah. Now, do you know what?
I said to Alan, if I knew he was fucking up, he could have done a couple of hours for me.
Yeah. So, and like I said, right, this is not this ain't it's nothing to do with Potter. It's nothing to do with players. It's nothing to do with anything else. The problem is, and always has been, the board. You know, we should have, more of us probably, including me, should have got on board with this before now. So this is my penance is 3 more years of misery than I fucking needed, that all of us have had. And you know what? We will get our West Ham back. We're going to get it back. And this is going to keep building. I ain't going to get bored. I'm going to carve all of these shows up individually. So like the one with Mickey and Stell and all the other bits and pieces where people have made an appearance. So who we had on? We've had Dad's Ad Job. We've had West Ham Voice. We've had E20. We've had Hammers Chat. We've had West Ham Fan TV. We've had Bill Gardner. Remind me if I miss anyone. We've had the West Ham World Luke. We've had Fortune's Hiding Down Under. We've had great calls from different people as well that have really sort of added some stuff for this. Obviously, Nigel, that was brilliant. That was honestly, Nigel will never accept this, but I think having Bill on before Nigel did it, I'd never planned it that way, but it was good because you know Nigel is quite argumentative, especially with me. He likes to argue with me.
Yeah.
And do you know what? I think I'm going to go back and watch that. But that felt like we got Nigel come across. He was brilliant.
Oh, E20 zone. Sorry, James.
Yeah, E20 zone as well. I thought absolutely brilliant, Nigel, with what he was coming across and what he was talking about and everything else. And you could see, you know, you could actually see the. I felt like you could feel the pain in his voice a little bit at times as well. He's fucked off. He is frustrated. He's annoyed with. I think the man's annoyed with. And understandably annoyed with the fan base, annoyed with everything to a degree, with that. So I'm not going to keep. I'm not going to stop. I won't be deterred. We're going to carry on going. This is the fans' fucking petition. This has only been. It's only got this far because of you lot. It has. Sharing it around, signing it, and yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. But
we will. And like Nick said, really, everyone has come on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Also, the chat, you've been on it. Fucking troopers, Leon.
Chat's been brilliant.
To get mentioned, but everyone. There's so many people that is not going to get the mention that they deserve. But it's just, I'm fucked. I can't think of. I don't even know my own name right now.
Mate,
but
we had 200. I swear it was about 250 odd people watching at about 3:30.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's fantastic.
It's brilliant, and and do you know what? That motivates you as well. Because I was a bit worried doing the ghost shift that I was going to be sat here talking to about 3 people. But you know, to be like James came on, that really fucking helped me. You know, talking to someone, that's good. And then Fortune's Hiding Down Under. Kingy, he came on as well. Kieran from West Ham Network. Luke Bailey came on with James on E20. Yeah. No, it was good. It's been a really good experience, and look, I will say something that Kingy said yesterday. I'm fucking scrambled. He said all the other West Ham fan channels can do this as well. We don't. Claret and Booze don't own this. The West Ham fans own this. If West Ham Fan TV decide that they want to do the same sort of thing to spread the word out, so I'll jump on and I'll help them. Hammers Chat, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. We'll just jump on. I think the more people that get together behind a common goal to get these fuckers out of this club, it'd just be nice, mate. It'd just be nice to get them out, to get them gone. Wankers. What are they, Mick?
Wankers.
Mick, love you, mate. Well done for today.
And you, brother. Christy, mate.
Chat. Speak to you all later. Enjoy the game. I will be back afterwards to have a fucking moan about the football because I'm going to have a shower now. I'm going to recuperate. I'm going to be fresh. I'm going to watch the football. Hopefully we'll win. But yeah, I don't hold out much hope, but we shall see.
Lovely stuff. Thanks, people.
Come on, you wines.
Go on, you wines.